Goes to, yes, I'll sign it in just a moment. Thank you.
Right, let me take a look.
Hey, how are you?
Good to see you in person.
Yeah, absolutely.
How you doing?
Broad Street neighbor.
Yeah,
for
John
20
Robinson.
For
Good to
20
see
years,
you.
Jack
That's right.
Roberts.
Yeah, how you doing?
Jack Brickman's office.
Yeah, of
for the
course.
last
Yeah.
23 years.
Yeah, good to see you.
You too.
Everything well?
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to see my 89-year-old parents in a few days, so I need to
I see.
sort of
Yes.
be. Mother just got out of rehab.
Oh, really?
Yep, it's fell, physical therapy.
Oh,
That's
a break anything or just?
No, but then she got weak and fell into weakness and she had to re-strengthen up.
Yeah.
The usual stuff.
I guess so.
So
So how long are you been up? You're gonna be gone?
just for a few days.
Okay.
It's easy for me to, buzz up. The toughest part about it is seeing get the kennel for the dogs.
Yeah.
Thank you for being a good sport. I'll try to make this one off like I told you.
Yes.
Okay, sure. All right, good to see you. Justin, sorry, Charleston.
Yes.
Mark and I kind of split days from each other. We could do
Well, I go.
something. We got it. It has no advocates. Absolutely. It wasn't just lip service. I hear what you're saying. You got some coffee over there?
Staffing issues.
No. Why not?
So is it just you tonight and
Tori's with us remotely.
Tori's remote?
Yeah, she's on the computer.
Oh, no. That's why I was saying, oh, no. Like, why is that happening?
Well, see, the architect.
Often thought themselves that way, so.
It's fitting, isn't it? It's fitting.
I hope you're not talking about me having an ego.
God, is that you? This is it, I think the man in the high castle, they have a similar setup with audio, but I'm also thinking about Dr. Strangelove. Remember in the room where the voices were beaming in when they were in the missile command?
God, I love
Feels like Dr.
it.
Strangelove.
I hardly ever watch any serial programming because I don't like
We don't
it.
either.
I don't.
That was really good.
I got so sucked into that.
I did too.
The alternate history stuff, I never realized how much I like that.
Yeah, it's gotta be good alternate history.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the aims of what if the Nazis didn't lose in 45 seems to be better.
Because I'm sitting there looking at it and the details are exceptional. Like even like the firearms they're using were the sorts that the Germans had created in the 50s to mid 50s. Wow. Accuracy of that is
Really faltered.
astonishing. And the fact that the Japanese hardly advanced at all. That also fits.
Pretty incredible.
Well, now that we're on recorder.
And you are being live streamed as well.
Oh, okay. Public role.
So it's talking about QAnon, I guess.
Lawrence, I did not print out my script. I did, I misspelled it. So if you just want to pull up the slide, when it comes to that time, I'll just read it straight off the slide. Okay. can do my best to add the version.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have any slides, please, Barney?
Get out of this.
Okay, don't, let me do my thing.
Sorry, I was thinking about something else.
Oh, I know where I can pull it up.
You have-
Hang tight. Oh, John. I got it. I have it on my phone. This is the 21st century. We'll get started on it. You ready to get in?
Yes, I think so. Tori, are you
Yes,
ready?
sir. I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good evening. Welcome to the May 25th, 2022 BAR Large Virtual Meeting. My name is John Robinson. I'm the chair of this meeting. The other board members present this afternoon are Jay White, Stephen Brown, James Metters, and Rita Sobchuk. City staff present are Lawrence Courtney in person and Tori Parrish with us by live stream. The order of the meeting will be as follows. There will be an introduction and overview of the individual projects by city staff and the board for the benefit of the public. There will then be an applicant presentation, which is limited to a 10-minute time period unless extended by the chair. If an applicant anticipates needing extra time, you're free to ask for it at the beginning. Any and all presenters should clearly state their name for the record, and people affiliated with any particular project, be they owners, developers, designers, or consultants, should speak during this portion of the meeting rather than the following public comment period. Public comment period lasts for a 10-minute time limit, or it's extended by the chair. With any of these comments, the applicant is reminded they do not respond to comments from the public during this time period. Anyone wishing to speak must provide their name and address for the record. This will then be followed by a period of city staff comments and recommendations. The applicant then has a 5-minute period to respond to anything brought up during public comment, to clarify any matters, address city staff or board questions. This is then followed by board discussion and a vote on the agenda item. At this point, the applicant's presentation and public comment period is closed. The applicant should clarify any inaccurate information when recognized by the chair or if called upon by board or staff. I would note that agenda item number 12 is withdrawn. We have recusals from the Sobchuk on 547 Meeting Street, 26 Cumberland Street, 77 Washington Street, and 518 East Bay Street. Still have a quorum. This is a reminder to the public to please turn off all cell phones and other devices. This is also a reminder to any commenter that comments are limited to architecture only. Comments related to zoning or other concerns such as parking, traffic, lot coverage, or livability concerns are not the purview of the board and therefore cannot be voiced here. Additional protocol regarding meeting participation. Information on each application, including the documents submitted by the applicant, as well as post-meeting results and staff comments, are available at charleston-sc.gov/BAR. To view or participate in the board meeting, please, obviously, if you wanted to be here, you're here at 2 George Street on the first floor in the Crawcheck boardroom. You can also go to YouTube streaming at the City of Charleston page, which you can search for, find City of Charleston BAR. Written public comment had to have been submitted by 12 p.m. yesterday. You can see on the screen the methods by which that information could be conveyed to us, or for future meetings can be conveyed to us. Some additional meeting protocol. Applicants have been required to register and submit all documents in advance of this meeting. Staff controls the presentation. The applicant merely needs to say which slide they want Lawrence to go to. Applicants need to ask, let's see, covered that. Additional notes on public comment. All applications heard today are part of a public meeting format. Written comment received the deadline of noon the day before the meeting is acknowledged and summarized rather than read into the record as we previously did so, and that's only done if it's necessary. Members of the public who wish to be heard in person should announce their name and address for the record. Board members are reminded that when we take a vote, they should respond yay in favor or nay not in favor. If I have misstated your motion, which does happen, the movant should ask me to correct that before we actually take a vote. And we're ready for agenda item number 1.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. With that one, we are voting on approving the minutes from the April 27th, 2022 meeting.
In order to expedite matters, when some of us briefly discussed this before the meeting, we might go to see if there's any objection from anyone. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting?
If no objection, then I move to approve as submitted.
Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Proceed to call the roll. Mr. Brown, how do you vote on approving the minutes? Mr. Metters, Ms. Sobchak,
Yeah.
Mr. White,
Yay in favor.
myself, yay in favor. So that was quick. Our next agenda item number 2 is a reminder to the public. It's basically a ministerial act, but Tori, if you would like to read
Sure
in
thing.
this extension.
Thank you. This one is requesting a third one-year extension of conceptual approval for new construction of 4 single-family attached dwellings, requesting additional half-floor, third story, based on architectural merit and context. This one was originally granted June 13th, 2018, with the first one-year extension granted on June 10th, 2020. This one's in the Charlestown neighborhood, Old and Historic District. Familiarizing you with the location again. Okay, staff comment. This is a vested right. 3rd-year approval extension requiring automatic board approval if submitted in a timely manner, which is good for 1 year and may be renewed 2 more times in 1-year increments per ordinance section 54962. This extension is to expire June 10th, 2023. We're recommending approval of a third 1-year extension of conceptual approval to expire June 10th, 2023.
Any discussion or objection? Mr. Metters move for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Brown, how do you vote on the motion?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Metters, Ms. Sobchak, Mr. White, myself, yay in favor. Extension passes. I will take, I was going to make a quick public comment before we moved on. Mr. Metters called me last week and said I can only do about 7 or 8 agenda items. There's a reason we have a limit. We're therefore going to move through those less contentious matters on the agenda as expeditiously as possible. That's been my commitment to my fellow board members for the benefit of the public and so that they can get a good night's sleep at some point. So with that preface, agenda item number 3. Sorry to interrupt you, Tori.
No, that's okay. Thank you for that, John. This one is 997 Morrison Drive. This is a signage request. The request is an appeal of staff decision. New construction, East Central Neighborhood, Historic Corridor District.
Hi, my name is Andy Bonner. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. You're good. You can still stay there if you want.
We've just got some context slides. This is the Charleston Tech Center. Okay, and Mr. Bonner, you have it.
All right. Thank you.
Wait, not yet.
Trying to, in the interest of moving this forward as expeditiously as possible, I'm hoping to get you guys out of here at a reasonable time. Yeah, my name's Andy Bonner. I'm with Sonorama, and I'm here to speak about 2 different signage proposals for the 997 Morrison Drive project. And it's listed on the agenda as an appeal of a staff decision, and I think it's And Lawrence, you can definitely jump in here if you'd like, but predominantly it's related to the lighting aspect of it. And I know Lawrence talked to you folks a little bit last meeting about the lighting, the way that the ordinance is set up. He didn't have any choice but to deny it because it was a lighted sign that we were proposing. But both of these signs are on the 997 Worcester Drive building. You can move forward with the next slide, please. This is the Charleston Tech Center building. Next slide, please. This shows the building as it exists right now, and you can I'll call attention to some of the architectural elements. You can see the projecting anodized aluminum features that are coming out at a right angle to the building or perpendicular to the building. And specifically, the architect who designed the building wanted us to work on signage that, at least building signage, that would complement those projecting elements there. Next slide, please. And what you can see here is a proposed projecting sign that would be 9 feet above the sidewalk and would be essentially, it's a 9 square foot sign that we've proposed. This is for the United Community Bank, and they are a first floor tenant. The thought would be that whatever we do here as the Charleston Tech Center gets other clients that want and are entitled to projecting signage, that they would follow the same vein of what we've done here and use the same design principles. Next slide, please. So here's architect's rendering showing it from a different view. Essentially, we'd be going with an aluminum that's painted to match the anodized aluminum that's throughout the building. And as far as the design, the entire space would not light. It would just be the lettering and the logo that would light, and that would be a halo lighted design. And I think the next slide probably Lawrence goes into that detail. Yeah, this slide is the detailed view that shows the way we're proposing constructing the sign. Essentially, there'd be a cabinet, for lack of a better word, that projects out. It would have lights inside the cabinet, and the faces of the sign would be made out of aluminum. That would have the lettering and the logos routed and removed. So it's a very classy look. It has acrylic that pushes through to form those letters, and so the light would shine through the acrylic. But we also didn't want it to be too ostentatious. So on the face of the acrylic, we would actually put aluminum that would be painted. So actually no light would even shine through the face of the acrylic. It's only going to shine through the sides of the letters, creating that halo effect. So we weren't trying to be too showy here, but wanted to have something that would show up at night in case folks are coming by for the ATM or trying to find the tech center at night for an event or after hours meeting. Next slide, please. There's some examples of other halo lighted signs. The building owner wanted me to present these and just show that there have been precedent downtown on the peninsula for other halo lighted signs. Next slide, please. Okay, I believe this probably moves into the second sign that we're proposing for this particular property. Next slide, please. You can see here on the freestanding sign that's shown in the middle of the screen is a ground mounted monument style sign. That's an architect's rendering there. Ignore the letters that are atop the canopy there. What we're proposing here is just the ground mounted sign that's shown in this particular picture. Next slide, please. Same thing here, just shows it from a different angle. Next slide. Same thing here, just shows, so you can see sort of there's some unique architectural elements. We actually had two different architects, the building architect as well as an additional architect that got involved and kind of helped with designing both of these two signs. Next slide, please. That shows the existing site of where this sign would go. Next slide. And the details about this particular sign. So it's 4 feet tall. And there's two different elements, one that's 3 feet and one that's almost 7 feet to form the width of the sign or length of the sign. You can see the individual elements there that would be the push through letters, like the projecting sign that would have aluminum on the face that would be painted. Same thing that creates that halo light out the side for the sign. Next slide, please. Just some details there showing the construction. Next slide, please. There's the rendering showing it mocked up in place. And next slide, please. That is what we're proposing.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
A couple of questions that might be pertinent at this stage. Lawrence, has there been a sort of a holistic signage package assembled for this project, considering this a multi-tenant building, or is each tenant bringing signage independently? Okay, so a question for you. Has the building owner or developer asked you to come up with a signage regime for the multifamily building, or is each tenant, or are you just really focusing on this one tenant?
So the building owner who had hoped to be here but is not able to be here tonight, but he's been actively involved in both of these sign projects. So specifically this one that's shown on the screen right here is representing the entire building in its entirety. So he was actively involved in that. But even the projecting sign for one of his tenants, actively involved in, and got his architect involved in it as well. The thought being that whatever we come up with here would be the same thing that's used for all the other tenants that come in. So this would essentially be, if this is approved, he wants to use this same design, shape, size, etc. for
So
all
then we
others.
just add more blade signs.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Let's see. Oh, comment.
Hearing none, I guess we didn't receive anything related to this, Lawrence.
City staff comments and recommendations.
Okay, I'll start as Lawrence gets the slides ready. Number one, staff is reviewing the signage under the general signage policy statement. This policy statement discourages the use of illuminated signage. Certain locations of the historic corridor district, such as this one, are evolving quickly with new or significantly altered construction. Staff believes that in this location of the district, restrained illumination of signage is acceptable considering the particular building characteristics and context. The blade sign is internally lighted while the monument sign is lighted externally. Lighting should be subtle and restrained to avoid hot spots and jarring conditions. The blade sign needs to better match the aesthetic of the building, and the sign should be better broken out with color so as to avoid the uninteresting look of a simple, uniformly lit rectangle. Specific checks should be in place to avoid an unintentional approval of inappropriate signage. All illuminated signage should be approved by the city architect. All external lighting is to be white only and adjustable in order to establish an appropriate level of illumination, which once defined shall not be changed unless authorized by this board. And last, amendments to the general sign policy are recommended and presented at the end of this agenda. We're recommending approval of subtle and restrained concealed exterior illumination of the monument sign, deferral for restudy with board and staff comments of the blade sign for better compatibility with the building.
Thank you, Tori. Any response?
The only comment that I've got, I think some of these points were made more in general and not specific to this particular sign. The only comment that I saw that I noticed was not correct is the lighting that we're proposing for this is internally illuminated as opposed to external illumination. That is correct.
Okay.
So both the blade and the monument would be lighted the same way, and I'm not sure about compatibility with the building. Actually, we were proposing the same material for both, and it would be designed without aluminum painted to match those projecting elements that are coming off the building right now. So I do know that we've already gotten staff approval on the monument sign in a non-lighted fashion. So really what my understanding is what we're talking about here today is specifically about lighting for the particular
Right.
sign. But
Thank you, Mr. Potter. And you are correct, and for the benefit of the public, anybody watching, we have a signage package incidental to certain areas of the peninsula that we're going to adopt a policy statement on, presumably this evening after what was initially presented to us has been worked on. So some of those comments are general, and for any sign applicant, you're going to see those repeated here this evening. Had the applicant response? Move to discussion with the board.
As for me, I don't have any issue with the monument sign. I think though that something that we'll probably end up talking at the end of the evening about is multi-tenant buildings. And you can see how this might set up a scenario where you could have 1, 2, or 12 blade signs stuck on the face of this building. And the individual, nitty gritty of how they're illuminated will not really be so important as when they're clustered on there like barnacles. So I agree with staff recommendation that we might approve the monument sign, but defer the blade sign and require this applicant to come back with some sort of holistic package for all of their tenants, because this was designed from the ground up to be a multi-tenant building, as many of these buildings in the Upper Peninsula are. And we ought to expect that there be a holistic approach to tenant signage for these properties.
Right, and there's some,
Guarantee of consistency that's not dependent on the makeup of this board or who staff look at it, because we agree at one place at one time on what the signage package should be.
further board comments.
Yes, sir.
Into it seems that during the daytime, when businesses are open, illuminated. In general, they are not. At the ATM part, I get that right. Equipment, which I think most of us do. This illumination to be that you look across and see the United. Struggling with last meeting during the discussion of sign policy. I noted how pleasant it is for me to drive it. See any signs at all? Understand that United Community Bank is where it is. Go to that bank, and this is being. This will happen after business hours. Being on board with any illumination of signs.
Further board comments?
Hearing none, is
Can I entertain a motion?
Well, James raises a good point. We've talked about this before, and if you go back distant past, we often talked about signage on King Street being about wayfinding, not advertising. Exactly what you're talking about. I don't mind some illumination in the Upper Peninsula, but in the monument sign advertises the place. It identifies the place rather than any one business, which is why I'm comfortable with the monument sign as it's proposed. And it's also why, in part, I'm uncomfortable with the blade sign for that one tenant. So I think we're going to probably have a pretty good discussion at the end of the evening about the draft policy statement, which I'm already scribbling on. But I get your point, and I think if we follow staff's recommendation here, we can avoid creating that sort of signage as advertising.
So the monument side is actually identifies the buildings, which is good. Very unusual to have a row of blade sides for the. So in my opinion, I agree with staff and. Uh,
That if we're using the monument sign more for directional, then I would encourage the applicant to add in Morrison onto it, not just 997.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 997 Meeting Street, Conroy, King.
For the board comment.
I agree with that. So I'll go ahead and introduce a motion if you all are ready. And it'll follow staff recommendation pretty closely. Approval, well, actually, it can be motion for approval of subtle and restrained concealed exterior illumination of the monument sign, deferral for restudy with board and staff comments of the blade sign.
Stop. Add that to
Stop.
the motion.
Yeah, because it's not really about compatibility. It's about application.
Understood. So, Mr. White, your motion, as I've heard it, is for approval of subtle and restrained concealed exterior illumination of the monument sign, deferral for restudy with board and staff comments of the blade sign.
That's correct.
Is there a second?
So have a little discussion on that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I get it. But I still identifying height when nobody's there. I just want to ensure that nobody's there, so on people's minds. It's for 997 Mars, so I'll remember tomorrow.
Right. Yeah.
I just. I wish that we didn't have get the distinction between the two. That's what I want to say.
Identifies the building, not the business.
Nighttime when nobody.
Yeah, but I need to drive by. I don't have a light around, so.
Further comment on Mr. White's motion? Discussion. Hearing none, is there a second? Ms. Subchuck did second it. I'll proceed to call the roll. Mr. Brown, how do you vote on this?
Yes.
Mr. Mathers.
No.
Ms. Subchuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. White.
Yeah, in favor.
And myself may not in favor, but it passes 3-2. Thank you to the applicant. Agenda item number 4, 547 Meeting Street.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 547 Meeting Street is requesting final approval of a mock-up panel. This one's in Height District 5, Historic Corridor District. Most of you were, if not all of you, have been on site, so you know where this is. But here's some context slides. Okay, with this one, we've got Ms. Kara Brower.
Good afternoon. My name is Kara Brower. I'm an architect with LSUP, and I'm here today on behalf of our client, the Montfort Group. This is the second time we've seen the mock-up panel for 547 meeting. You can go ahead to the next slide. I just wanted to kind of give a general overview of the mock-up panel next to the rendering so that we can understand where all the materials are on the building and make it clear their relationship to each other. So I think the main point of comment from the last meeting was the location of these FRP GFRC fans on the building, and their items 1 and 2, which are at the 5th floor and above. And you can go to the next slide. Here's photographs of the updated and improved mock-up panel. We're pretty happy with how it's turned out this time. The caulk job was the main item that really needed to be cleaned up, and they've done a much better job getting all of the different joints defined, and the shadow joints in the metal panel specifically are much more clear, and the color around the window at the white brick is also been improved upon. So just listed out the staff and board comments. I won't go through everything here. We've are in agreement with all of the comments. The one comment that we are kind of pushing back on is we feel that the FRP is the proper material, and the board and staff stated at the last meeting that GFRC was preferred. And if you go to the next slide, I'll give some reasons for that. We kind of went through many different materials in the design process. We looked at aluminum, GFRC, and FRP for the cornice at the 5th floor and at the 7th floor of the building. We ultimately believe that the FRP is appropriate for this specific application, for its location on the building, and for its material properties. And I'd actually would like to introduce now James Bennington from Wilson Composites to give kind of a more in-depth description of the material.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm James Bennington with Wilson Composites. We are manufacturers of FRP, GFRP, GFRC, and GFRG. We're based in Greenville, South Carolina. And in the architectural product manufacturing for 42 years now. When we were presented with this project, we received a common question that we get when we're talking through most designs for exterior materials is, and that's, should we use FRP or GFRC? We have kind of an internal decision-making tree when it comes to this. And for the most part, that comes down to weight of the installed material, maintenance of the installed material, and ease of installation. When you're looking at 547 meeting, everything is 5th floor and 7th floor. So there's never an instance where I guess the general public or anybody can walk up and touch a material. So we weren't too concerned with the tactile feel of what the part looks like. Does it need to feel like stone? Does it need to sound like stone when you walk up to it, such as a column or anything else? Trying to recreate architectural features. Because it is so high on the building, there were some concerns of the weight of the material, predominantly for material handling and material installation. A GFRC part typically weighs somewhere between 25 to 50 pounds per square foot. FRP parts are 2 to 3. So if you've got your personnel on site handling parts, you're either handling a 300-pound part or a 30-pound part. When you start moving 7 stories in the air, that handling becomes a lot more crucial. Maintenance of the parts are almost identical. FRP is a non-porous polyester gel coat material. It does not absorb ambient dirt, water, or anything into the surface finish, so therefore it doesn't trap and contain as much of that like a GFRC or a stone or any other traditional building material. And for that, it's a little bit easier to keep clean. We recommend, traditionally just a mild detergent, Dawn, and water to clean the part once a year, and that's all it takes to really maintain this. And ease, and it really, and the last of that is just touch up. If something's damaged on the part, fiberglass can be much more easily repaired than any other GFRC or stone. So if it does happen to be something damaged in transportation and installation or post-installation throughout course, it's much easier to replace an FRP part or touch up an FRP part than a GFRC stone or any other stone material.
Go ahead to the next slide. Have some examples of projects that Wilson Composites has worked on. So since it's kind of a newer material in the Charleston area, these are projects that have been around for a lot longer. It's used a lot on kind of renovation projects for something that they need to replace, match the profile really specifically, and it needs to be durable. And so maybe a notable example on this would be the Grand Floridian, which is kind of a similar environment to Charleston, very humid. It's going to be subject to similar conditions, and the FRP was the correct choice here for that. And to go to the next slide, I have a list of Charleston examples. This is at East Bay Street. The panels, the dark gray from the 2nd to the 5th floor is FRP. Go to the next slide. This is Fort Sumter, so the 7th floor cornice. This was a Wilson project as well, where they replaced the detailing with FRP. Next slide. This is Courtyard Square. The green paneling is FRP, and this is actually at the storefront all the way up to the top floor. Next. This is Hawker Place. This is probably the closest in application to what we're trying to do on Moxie. It's a 5th floor cornice and it's constructed with FRP. It's pretty high up there. And it has a similar effect. Next slide. And this is just a couple of projects that have been recently approved that use the material for various applications, and the 3132 Lawrence Street use it at the cornice as well. And next slide. I just have an elevation. This is on Meeting Street, and you can see it's about 60 feet in the air, and that's the lowest that we would have this FRP cornice. And on the next slide, you'll see the south elevation and kind of a reference rendering, also showing the locations at the 7th floor. And with that, I'd like to ask for final approval of this panel. I appreciate all the applicants wanting to working with us through this process. And hopefully we've addressed any concerns that you all may have.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Brown. Any public comment? Hearing none. City staff comments or recommendations.
All right, the staff comment is all staff and board concerns have been clarified and addressed except for continued concerns over the durability and longevity of the GFRP at the uppermost cornice. To be clear, staff's concerns center not around the general comparisons between GFRP versus GFRC, but rather the durability and longevity of the specific product itself. We are simply looking for the best product for the application, and our experience informs us that generally GFRC is a more durable material, at least for horizontal surfaces. That said, staff can imagine cases where specific products made from either material may be better than one made from the other. Therefore, it becomes very necessary for the applicant to present the attributes and performance history of the specific product which they wish to use, and we have asked for them to do so tonight. The recommendation is the board needs to be comfortable with whichever material, GFRP or GFRC, they believe is best and vote accordingly and specifically on this matter. Otherwise, staff recommends approval of the mock-up.
Thank you, Tori. Any applicant response? Thank you. I think you did what the staff asked you to do.
Board comments.
Well, I know we've wrestled with synthetic alternatives to stone or cast stone over the years and have warmed to some of them like GFRC. Although that alone is not a foolproof project, as I have experienced firsthand. I just have never really gained a lot of confidence with GFRP, and my professional experience with it thus far has not increased that confidence. And I think that GFRC is the better choice, even for such as this application, because the fact that it's out of reach isn't really the dominant issue. Is that what's it going to look like 30 years from now? You know, and I think that's our concern. That was a concern from last time, and I stand by the assertion that GFRC is a more appropriate application here.
Thank you, Mr. White. Further board comment.
John.
Certainly.
So.
Yes.
Right. Talk about your GFRC. That also.
Yes. It would actually be more frequent because it is a more porous surface. Attract more dirt, debris. And in this instance, it's going to be rainwater, roof runoff. I guess if you walk around the city, you'll see dark stains in concrete. Precast. That's what you're going to get with the GFRC. Not show up on FRP.
It looks and it is so. Attractive look. seems to me that RP can yield a more.
That's correct.
And that's what I'm going for.
I understand.
And so
Further board comment.
And unfortunately for me, I was not here when the original conceptual and final approval of the original designs came through because I truly just don't like the building. But I'll defer to my colleagues on their expertise when it comes to what materials are used.
Gentlemen, one more thing here. I did want to
I think the applicant has done everything that we've requested of them, what staff requested of them, and I would have to, in this particular instance, I'd be willing to defer to the manufacturer's representation regarding the quality, durability, et cetera, of this particular product, especially since they've come here tonight to tell us that.
Well, and it's good that y'all manufacture the whole spectrum of available products. And it may be simplistic for me to think about this, but fiberglass boat hull looks fantastic until it doesn't. This is true. So, and considering that at this altitude, ain't nothing getting washed. So I would introduce a motion for approval of mock-up with requirement to use GFRC.
Mr. White, your motion, as I understand it, is to approve the mock-up but substitute the use of GFRC.
I'll second.
Motion and a second by Mr. Metters. I'm going to vote. Mr. Brown, how do you vote on this motion?
Yeah, in favor.
Mr. Metters. Mr. White.
Yay in favor. And I'll be.
Odd man out and say, nay, not in favor, but it passes nonetheless with the substitution of GFRC. Thank you to the applicant. Agenda item number 5, 26 Cumberland Street.
All right, this one is 26 Cumberland Street, as you mentioned, requesting preliminary approval for construction of a new multifamily building on a property having facades along Cumberland State and Lingard Streets. The new building incorporates existing historic building along Cumberland Street, French Quarter, Heights District 3.5, and then the Old and Historic District. Some context, if you will, this one's at the end of, well, actually, the red box is a little bit deceptive because it's a little bit wider than that box. It comes all the way to the corner of State and it widens to the left a little bit too. This is the existing building that's on the site that it's one of the two buildings incorporated into the new design. And that one, as we are looking west, with the other building was on your right. And now we're looking east. I'm sorry. We're looking west with the building on your right's incorporated into the new work. And then in the next slide, we are looking east on Cumberland. All right, this one we will have Mr. Eddie Bello present.
Hello, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Eddie Bello with Bello Harris Architects. Also have Artemi Zeltov with our office, who's the project architect. I think Steve Goggins is here somewhere. There he is. And Bill Eubanks, who is doing the landscape for us. Okay, so we got conceptual approval. Mr. Brown. We got conceptual approval for this project in February, and there weren't really any major changes to make. So what I'm going to do is just go through the development of the project. There have been a few subtle changes. I can hit every single sheet. Mr. Matters, I'm just going to try and get the highlights. All the sheets are in there, but I'm not going to talk about that. So Lawrence, if you could go to the next sheet. Let's get through these again. Like I presented last time, we're in historically industrial area. There used to be a train track here, full yards. And we connect to 3 streets, State, Cumberland, and Lingard. Next slide, Lawrence, please. Contact, we've got some historic buildings. The one on the top left is not part of this project, but is right next to it that we are incorporating into project. Next slide. Yeah, I I think everyone's pretty aware, the Marshing Building, which you see in the top left there at the end of Philadelphia Alley. It's sort of our front door. Next slide. Just more textural. Next one, lines. I'll try to do it fast. Okay, so this is the conceptual site plan that we presented last time. Next slide. This is our current one, other than more construction drawing language that we have on there. It's essentially the same, we just developed it further. Just to remind everybody, so to lay it out. And so Cumberland here, state, this is the Marshing Building, kind of our front door. And again, one of the big key design features was we left airspace on either side of the Marshing Building. And our mass, of course, on the corner. Cumberland Street all the way to Lindard. None of that's changed significantly since, and of course, we're keeping the historic buildings to the east or left on the page. Next. So this is the conceptual second floor plan. Next one. Here's proposed. The key sort of takeaway here is that along Cumberland, we have a lot of porches. You can see again how the mass of the building steps back. We're right on State Street there to the east. Next slide. Conceptual third floor plan. Next slide, farms. Yeah, not that much different, just a lot more development, a lot more work since then. Next slide. Conceptual roof plan or third or fourth floor plan. Next slide. Here's where we are now. It has not changed. Just to remind everybody that the top floor is pushed back. We have terraces. That was so that you would perceive more of a three-story building and not so much of a four-story. Next slide. We did not present this last time, but now we're showing where the mechanical units are going. So we need to study this a little further to kind of ensure that you're not going to be able to see these. I think you might be able to see some of these from a long view. So you turn off of East Bay and went down Cumberland, but we'll continue to adjust where these go. Here's an overall Cumberland Street facade. Of course, you'll never see this. Next slide. That was last time. So here's where we are now, and I've got larger ones to go through. Next one, large, please. This is conceptual version of state. Next one. Here's where we are now. Next slide. I'll walk through some of the sections that will help explain a little better. Again, what we presented before and where we are now. Real changes. The main one is at the very, very top. Increased. That's because we have a structure up there, and so we were not thinking of needing to carry a roof load. So we've extended that up so that we can hide the mechanical units better, but we also pulled that lower cornice out a little bit to kind of help mitigate that, as you see from the street. Next slide. This enlarged elevation rendered. And just to remind everybody, the materials are very light colored brick. We brought materials, aluminum panels. You have, I just forgot it, GRFP for the fluted panels only. And we have fluted panels. If you remember, we've got pulling off sort of this Art Deco language. We've got fluted panels here. Very, very top. We have those. Conceptual design too much, but we saw some older Art Deco buildings where you see the metal panels that have sort of Art Deco design. That's what those were inspired by. We found out it's very, very difficult now to press aluminum. So that's why we're building those panels. So we can. Next slide, Lawrence. Again, this is what was previously submitted and where we are now. Next slide. Detail how that top floor is pushed back. Again, that's all stucco and that GFRP. Next slide, and aluminum. So here is a section on State Street. The key takeaway here is how the brick is is detailed. We spent a lot of time detailing, layering in the recesses. Again, this is state. Red, we've got angle brick coming back, it comes back, it comes down, it comes around. Yes, and that sort of all polyester element. Next slide. Just a corner view. Another one, Lawrence. Just the corner. Next slide. Got a lot of renderings in here. This is what we were. Here we are now. The next slide shows, I think, section. Yes, section to the corner. So most of this is all aluminum and that GFRP panel. We've got a wood, stained wood soffit, which I think will hold up well since it's under and out of the weather. That corner, big element draws out to kind of a strong corner element. It's just that custom design there at the top. Overscale windows is a really hard. Next slide, please. Okay, moving down to Cumberland. We've got all the porches and facing the street. And it's, next slide, Lawrence. Here's what we had before and where we are now has not really changed much. Next slide. Another large rendered version. Again, at the bottom you have mostly aluminum, all brick as you go up with a steel horizontal member, but it's all meant to be sort of recessed, that steel on top of the stucco. Next slide. Large one next. Sorry if I'm going too fast. I don't want to. So here's a pure elevation of Cumberland. Very simple. Next one. So here's a section through the porch. So you can see that the vertical elements are from that state. State facade, there's brick. Recess. It's a little bit of a printing issue with that back wall. It looks like there's a frame around the doors. It's not. That it's all brick, it's all material. So if y'all have any questions, I can answer this. Next slide, Lawrence. Going down the street, here's the Marching building in the middle. Next slide. So one thing we did change in one of the comments, I'm not sure if it was a board comment or staff, but these windows directly behind Marching building. Remember, this is kind of the only place where these size windows occur. There's a comment about introducing some detail or just looking at those windows. And so we went and looked at the Marching building's windows, and they're very, very simple. Everything's very understated on that building, but there's a brick detail kind of stacked bond that goes around the windows. And we thought that'd be a nice thing to do for these, just to give them a little bit of detail. Let the buildings relate a little bit, but again, very, very subtle. So that's what we did. Slide. That center point portion there, right behind the Marching building, this is all aluminum. This section is cut through Marching building and that aluminum panel. That was supposed to be fast and a little bit lighter, particularly with the Marching building as well. It's also a detail for the small. Down, so the next thing I'll go through is the auto entry there. If you remember, we put that adjacent to the historic building. One, to give that historic building room to breathe, and you should always see that historic wall, but also to give more space. Marching building. Next slide. Here's just an enlarged elevation. I don't think you'll ever really see much of this. Here's a section through the auto entry. Not that different from how we handle those other parts behind the arching building, this is all out of aluminum. Ideas that it would recess a little bit lighter. Don't like the idea of bricks sort of floating. So have a nice. These are the conceptual drawings for the interior courtyard, which really is not visible. Next slide. Updated versions. Basically, it's a steel porch that is applied to our new. Next slide. This is the conceptual west elevation. Church, you can't really see this, but you can see this building. Kind of shows all the stuff. Next slide. Small to see, but these are just all the same. These are the updated version. Next slide. Okay, so here's Lingard, what we submitted at the conceptual stage. Next one, Lawrence. And now here's where we are. It hasn't changed a whole lot. You know, this one was revised from our first conceptual snow. This was kind of a one. Was to kind of adjust that. Remember, the top is recessed a good bit. That's where they're having like a flubber. Next slide. Previous one and where we are now. Right. Next slide. Just to remind everybody, we've got all our utilities here, a transformer on here. These are aluminum doors, but they're shuttered. Otherwise, it's a very simple brick. Which do we have elsewhere? Next slide. Next slide. I think we're almost done. Okay, so here's a section through that auto press. Got a transom above that canopy there, that light in, just kind of give a little detail to the street. Otherwise, the porches and those elements are a little different in terms of scale, but the detail is very similar to the other. And the last thing is, I have Bill here, but I don't know how much we need to talk about it. Just want to touch on the hardscape elements. Next one. So on the either side of the Marshing building, we have these two very small urban areas. Again, that's very intentional to have very open spaces there. We want those to feel very Charleston. And so what they've come up with is just a simple palette of bluestone. We don't want a fence or anything like that. They may have some planters that hold the edge, but generally speaking, it's just going to be very simple, understated, just rich materials. I will say, and this didn't make it to the middle, but the idea is for this drive. So, I think that is it, unless anybody wants me to go through the other 30 sheets of sections. Anything else we have in there? So that's it. If you have any questions, and we have the materials. I'm sorry. So. So yes, here's the brick. Our team told me this is the brick. So the idea is for a very light brick. We want it to feel crisp and light. We don't want it to feel like another heavy brown building. Seems like we have a lot of those. This is the metal panel.
I got the wood for this top bit.
Yeah, I think everyone knows what wood looks like. And so this is not a great example because I don't want you to think this is the color, but this is the material for the GFRP. We have been, and of course we'll have all this in sample panel, but we've been told that it will match exactly the aluminum panel next to it. Very smooth. It's not intended to look like stone. I think a little last.
Good, thank you, Mr. Bello. Public comment on this agenda item. Seeing none, city staff comments or recommendations.
Okay, staff comments. The height over the canopy at the penthouse has increased significantly. Applicant should describe what necessitates this. I believe that was addressed in the presentation. Number 2, on the renderings at the second and third floors of the corner at Cumberland Estate, the previous submittal depicted glazing which more successfully mimicked the glazing on the remainder of the building. Each side of the cantilevered portion depicted 3 vertical 3 light panels rather than a large 9-light grid. The final version should depict 3 vertical panels rather than the 9-light grid. And then 3, the layering of brick detailing is fundamental to this project. The details listed there depict a full brick length cantilever. Consider an additional brick step at this portion of the detail. We're recommending preliminary approval with board and staff comments.
Apply, Mr. Bello.
Sure. Well, I think like Floyd said, I think we already addressed the height of that parapet. We are not finished with our structural design, so every effort will be made. I'd like to lower it myself. I don't want it any taller. So I think that's a really good comment. Agree with number 2. I mean, we want to have as much space in there, so we'll just make sure that happens. And then I think we just need to study it and talk with staff. I don't know that I understand the concern. We don't want to reduce that depth. I mean, that's a strong element. And we also don't want to have a lot of corbelling because this is not intended to be an overly traditional building. We want it to feel very sharp, very crisp. And I think if you add a lot of layers, too many layers, it can kind of water it down a little bit. But that's not to say that there's not something else we could do there. So I think those are all reasonable comments. I would ask, unless you really want to see us next time, if we would love to get preliminary approval with final details of staff. So unless there's a reason to come back. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Bello. Board comments.
So for the public's benefit, for one obvious thing, maybe coming up, considering what we just saw before, I do think it makes a difference that the GFRP here is intended to emulate metal. And in the cases that I've seen that product effectively implemented, it has been in that case. So I'm, despite appearances, I'm comfortable with it in this application. And it's not too high off the wall. You can't wash it if you really need to. Is that not right, Mr. Bello? But otherwise, I agree with staff's comments, and I can see that we could give this preliminary with final review by staff.
Further board comment. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask you. Sure. Yeah. Superior ceiling height on the 4th floor.
I think so.
Further board
We
comments.
just didn't have enough allowed.
Further board comment. There a motion?
Well, say a few things. Thank you to the applicant and Mr. Bell. Actually, I did watch the last meeting where you all presented, so I'm a little familiar with the computer, or excuse me, with the presentation. I was yelling at my computer. Luckily, no one could hear me on the other side of Zoom. I'm still concerned about it looks overly antagonistic to the historic building on Cumberland. I think that y'all are attempting to incorporate it as much as you can, but I just don't think that it's there. I'm also concerned with the slides that were not shown of the original submission from February down the alley, looking towards the Marching building. And then the next one, the new proposal that has a different perspective. I'm not really sure why that different perspective is there. I'm also a little concerned about the streetscape walking down Cumberland. And you shared several times that you don't think it'll be an issue looking up from the streetscape at the height of the building, whether it be from Church or from Cumberland or from State. And I'd prefer to see that on my own. So in the future renderings, that would give me an understanding of what it's going to feel like walking down the street would be really helpful as it relates to height, scale, and mass. But that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Further board comments? Motion.
I'll introduce a motion. For preliminary approval with board comments and staff comments 2 and 3. Final review by staff.
Your motion, Mr. White, as I understand it, is preliminary approval with board comments and staff comments 2 and 3. Final approval by staff.
That's correct.
Final review.
That's correct.
Is there a second? I second. Mr. Metters is seconded, so I'll proceed to go down the roll. Mr. Brown?
How do you vote?
No, not in favor.
Mr. Metters?
Yea.
Mr. White?
Yeah.
And myself, yea. Thank you to the
Thank you very much.
agenda item number 6, 134 Columbus Street.
All right, this one is 134 Columbus Street, requesting final approval for demolition of the existing structures. What's there now was built in 1950, 1965, with additions leading up towards 1989. The building is not rated. It's in the Cannon Elliott Borough neighborhood and in the Old and Historic District. The building that you see in this rectangle occupies the full block. We've got Columbus on the south, King on the west, Line on the north, and the Low Country Low Line will be what this abuts to on the east. This is the building from King Street, from the corner of Columbus and King. Looking north on King Street. Looking south on King at Columbus. And with this one, we will have Mr. Richard Gow.
Actually, it's Ron Owens. I'll start off. I'm the CEO of Evening Post and been with the company for about 10 years. I'm a lifelong resident of Charleston. EPI has been the owner of this property, 134 Columbus, for over 70 years. We have a history of supporting conservation and preservation, and in doing so, hold ourselves to a high standard. We take pride in having good relationships with our neighbors. Many have proactively voiced the support of our request by sending in letters or coming in person. We're not aware of any neighbors that object to our request. These buildings were constructed from 1950 through 1990s to print, process, and distribute newspapers effectively and efficiently. They were renovated multiple times to meet our operational needs and were not designed to add architectural significance or beauty to the area. Buildings were merely manufacturing facilities with limited windows and no street orientation. We reviewed significant historical data and structural engineering information to determine if we could save any portion of the building. We conducted a thorough process and have received compliments from both preservation and HCF about our approach and the depth of that information. We'll hear in our presentation tonight that the building is obsolete and no longer occupied by support personnel. The support staff's been relocated to other parts of the peninsula, and we are relocating the printing operations later this summer. 134 Columbus requires significant structural modifications to be safe and habitable. By allowing the demolition, we have tremendous potential to form a gateway to the lower peninsula and to unite King Street and the Low Line. EPI has a long history in Charleston, and we plan to continue our stewardship by developing the next phase of our property in a fashion that's worthy of preservation. We carefully considered the ordinance and its guidance for the preservation of buildings and believe we meet the requirements for demolition approval, and we hope you will support our request. Scott and Richard, who've been working with us for years, will walk you through a brief presentation.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask, is there any opposition to this anywhere? And if not, could.
I was going to tell Mr. Gow tonight he might not have to overstate his case. Is there any public opposition to the demolition of the post-Courtyard? Mr. Gow, you can still proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I won't need the extra 5 minutes. I was gonna say, in deference to that, but I will say we are asking for full demolition of all structures on the site. Our format will follow the ordinance criteria. Go to the next slide, please. Just so you know, our process on every project is to get a historical report, a structural report, and to document the building fully, which we have done. And this is a large building to have done all that. Next photograph. So the whole point here is for us to make sure that this ordinance, which is about saving architecturally worthy structures that impart a distinct aspect of the city and preserve property values and attract residents and tourists alike. We feel that this presentation hopefully will show that this building does not do this, and as such is a worthy candidate for demolition. It is not harmonious in form, quality, or in historical integrity. Next slide, please. Even the architect who worked with Albert Simmons, Dennis Donahue, has written a letter saying that we should not be prevented from tearing the building down. Considering this timeline, you can see that the Post and Courier has been in the city since the early 1800s on Broad Street and Meeting. This building started to be built here, was wrapped in this period of time, and we are here today. What you see today has been there roughly 57 years, the older 60s building. And so in the continuum of Charleston, the Post and Courier has been here much longer, and this building does not represent any seminal icon for their existence here, and it could be saved in a much better place or memorized in another way. Next slide, please.
Questions?
Right. Let's see. I want to also get into the record that Albert Simmons wrote about his own building. It was a costly building, not because of waste extravagance, but in its size, the construction performance required, and mechanical conveniences. He said the building was avoiding the display of any stylistic mannerisms. This is a guy who had done many, many beautiful buildings in the city. And he did many beautiful mid-century buildings. And this is not his best work by far. And we feel like this is a candidate for demolition. The opportunity to do something better that addresses the city better and addresses the sidewalk better and has windows on the ground floor is what we all want here. So we would ask that you support this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gadd. One last call for the benefit of the public. Anyone care to speak on this agenda item?
Well, the more you discuss it, the more I like it.
No, yes, Aaron, yes.
Make a brief statement.
Yeah.
Aaron Madigan with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We'd like to thank the applicant for meeting with us and walking us through the demolition request, and we appreciate their effort to compile a thorough application packet. Demolition of historic structures is always a challenging subject for us, but the BAR ordinance sets forth good criteria for weighing each request on a case-by-case basis. The original Post and Courier structure completed in 1950 had considerable merit to it as a notable mid-century structure that appropriately addressed the streetscape. However, due to the extensive expansions and alterations over time, the building's scale and character are no longer in harmony with its urban context. Therefore, due to lack of architectural significance and integrity, we do not feel the building meets the threshold for preservation and do not object to the request for demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finnegan.
Any further public comment?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Graham Worsham, a resident of the city of Charleston and also a project manager with East West Partners. Our offices are located at 299 East Bay Street in downtown Charleston. We've been involved in both new developments and renovations of existing properties on the Charleston Peninsula and are currently preserving and restoring 71 Wentworth, located at the corner of King and Wentworth Streets. 71 Wentworth is a building completed in 1872 with incredible architectural merit as seen in the 18-foot tall arched windows and Tudor Gothic design. It was a landmark building when it was first built 150 years ago, and we hope to restore its legacy for the next 150 years. We're also in preliminary conversations with the Evening Post to help them with the planning of 134 Columbus Street. While we don't often support demolition of existing buildings, we believe that there are special instances where the benefits of a new plan and opportunity far outweigh the preservation of an existing structure, and we feel strongly this is the case with 134 Columbus Street. Due to the site's location and size, we believe that the development team has a tremendous opportunity to create a special place in the site, and that it would be a shame for this unremarkable building to prevent this opportunity.
Further public comment? Hearing none. City staff comments and recommendations.
Thank you. I'd like to also make an observation that demolitions are never taken lightly, no matter the demolitions are never taken lightly. And we have worked with Ron and Richard for months now and looking over the very thorough amount of information that they've provided. We've looked at it layer by layer, very specifically looking at the 1950 original structure. So I wanted to preface our comments with that. Staff comments are, number one, the building that exists today at 134 Columbus is a conglomeration of additions related to utilitarian uses built over several decades. The existing facades do little to engage the public right of way and nothing to articulate an edge against King Street. Demolition of the building creates opportunity to better engage King Street and the Low Country Lowline. The original building, which was constructed in 1950, was visible for only 15 years, but was a decent example of mid-century masonry architecture. Unfortunately, the character-defining features of that 1950s building, which included the blade clock over the front entry, the entry portal, and the windows, no longer exist. It is believed that the 1960s cladding of this building was done in such a manner as to make removal difficult without irreparably damaging what may remain of the older structure. The 1960s addition and envelopment of the 1950s building is unremarkable mid-century utilitarian architecture, of which many better examples exist. The staff recommendation is final approval for demolition.
Ms. Parrish. Any response from the applicant? Board discussion.
I'd like to motion to move to final approval for demolition.
Final approval for demolition.
I agree with that, but I would add one comment that staff comment number 2, demolition of the building creates opportunity to better engage King Street. The way our ordinance is written, and this is very important for us as a board to remember, is that demolition requests are taken on their own account for the value of that building as it stands, not for the opportunity that might exist should that building be swept away. So I agree with staff's recommendation, and I agree with Mr. Brown's motion, but I disagree with the specific point of staff comment 2.
And this issue also came up with 609 through 613 King Street, at which you were quick to admonish and remind us we have to take the demolition request on its merits as opposed to what fruit it may bear in terms of future sites on buildings on the site. So thank you, Mr. White. I have a motion. Is there a second? The motion is for final approval for demolition. It has now been seconded. I'll go down the roll. Mr. Metters, how do you vote on this motion? Ms. Socha.
Yay in favor.
White.
Yay in favor.
Mr. Brown.
Yay in favor.
And myself, yay in favor.
And item number 7, 77 Washington Street.
This one is requesting final approval for partial demolition and relocation. The building was constructed somewhere between 1857 and 1869. It's rated a 4-. It's in the Garden District or Mosaic Borough Old and Historic District. The exact location of the building is found in that red rectangle. And this is a current photo of the building. Looking north on Washington Street. And looking south on Washington Street with the project to your right. And with this one, we'll have, I believe Ms. Lewis Subcheck is going to present.
Ms. Subcheck, yeah.
Student social with SGA Comrade Design. We have we with development side of it. Lori and Steve Goggins with SGA. This particular project is a part of larger project which we will be presenting next. But it's a essential part of that project, and I would like to thank you to present.
We'd rather tear the building down, but I know everybody wants to save it. I'm Hank Hoffer, Bennett Hoffer Construction Company. We've looked at it and people don't even want to go inside, but we think we can brace it off enough to move it around the corner and locate it on Charlotte Street next to an adjoining single-family Charleston home, which would be an appropriate site to renovate it and make it part of this project. The building, if you've been by to look at it, doesn't have much left of it, so we're going to use everything that we possibly can. We've met with Glenn Keys over there to talk about it, and we've met with a house mover over there, so we think we can pick it up and move it over. So we'd like to have permission to move the building over to Charlotte Street and nestle it back in on that block, and it'll be part of the larger project that Lou is going to present later, and it'll be a challenge to get this work done.
Thank you, Mr.
Request permission to relocate the building.
I just need to add very quickly, there's a back of this building which is built in the later part of the last century, and it's been significant for this historic building. So we are asking for demolition of that part.
Thank you, Ms. Socha. Public comment on this agenda item. Any?
Thank you, Erin Minigan with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society would like to thank the applicant for being in close communication with us for plans for this building and being receptive to our advocacy for its preservation. The structure has a significant history, first owned and occupied by a Swedish immigrant family after its construction in the mid-19th century, and later serving as part of the African-American owned and operated Brooks Motel. After a long battle with demolition by neglect and loss of its neighboring historic structures in recent years, it's encouraging to see plans come forward for its rehabilitation for new use. Therefore, we are comfortable with the proposal to demolish a later addition and relocate 77 Washington within the Charlotte Street streetscape on the same block to facilitate its preservation for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minigan. Further public comment on this agenda item?
Seeing none, city staff comments or recommendations.
Okay. The building is an atypical version of the Charleston single. Looks like we might be missing a slide there, so I will just read nice and slow. Number one, the building is an atypical version of the Charleston single, specifically due to the single fenestration bay on the front. The building appears to have been significantly altered over its lifetime. Number two, the building at 77 Washington became part of a 3-building complex, which served as the Brooks Rooming House Motel and was operated by the brother of the operator of the Moore Street Motel, an institution listed on the Green Book. Number three, the rear portion, which is proposed for demolition, is not present on the 1955 Sanborn maps and therefore was constructed afterward. Number four, relocation of the building will provide context for this building as well as for the building at 6 Charlotte Street. Currently, both of these single houses sit solo. Number five, the proposed relocation would maintain appropriate orientation for the piazza of this Charleston single. And 6, as a reminder regarding demolition, the ordinance requires consideration of historic, architectural, and aesthetic features, nature and character of the surrounding area, historic or culturally important use of the structure, and the importance to the city. We are recommending final approval for partial demolition and relocation.
Any response from the applicant?
Board discussion and a potential vote on this agenda item.
Just a Grateful that Hank, y'all taking this on to do this work. All right, it can be moved. It doesn't look great. Appreciate y'all taking the initiative to do that. And there's some
I'm comfortable with staff's recommendation.
Comment. In that case, a motion.
I'll make a motion for final approval for partial demolition and relocation.
Is there a second? Second. Seconds it. I'll run down the roll. Mr. Metters, how do you bear in this motion? Mr. White?
Yea in favor.
Mr. Brown? And myself, yea in favor. Thank you to the applicant for saving this building.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 8. This one is 518 East Bay Street, requesting conceptual approval for new construction of a multifamily mixed-use building. This one is in the Height District 4 and 6, Garden District, and Old and Historic District. So we're looking at the same block. However, if you want to go back just one slide, that red box seems to be, needs to shift down to the south end of the block. So this property will be contained by Washington, East Bay, and Charlotte. This building was up for demolition a few months ago. It has now come down. Looking north on East Bay and south on East Bay, the project would be to your left. All right, this one will also be my subject.
The subtook with SGA Normarite and same team, SGA and developers. For the, because we are presenting this for the first time, I would like to request additional 10 minutes for presentation. And start with Hancock. Thank you.
I'm Hank Hofford, Bennington Construction Company. I've been working with Rob and John with Greenwood Partners for about a year now. We've been able to assemble several pieces of property. We initially started with the Warsaw warehouse, brought it through zoning approval, was able to work out a trade with Tony Moloff to move his lay down yard next to his building, and we slid over for an equal exchange of land. We'll be proceeding forward with putting up the landscaping and fencing for his yard soon. So now that we've been able to move down, we're adjoining two pieces of property on the corner of Washington and Charlotte and East Bay and Charlotte. And hence the request to move the existing structure on Washington Street, which will relocate over to Charlotte Street. I think everybody knows this property is in the Port District. It's not in any neighborhood or anything like that. We're surrounded by generally warehouses and abandoned buildings and vacant land and parking lots, including a rather large parking lot for the state ports. And so we've been able to take all this property and take it through planning commission approvals, which is a workforce housing approval. And John and Rob have agreed to include workforce housing in the project itself, which is not what most people do when they develop properties in downtown Charleston. They've assembled a great team with SJ Architecture and a variety of other engineers and consultants. And so we'll let Luda represent her work, but there's been quite a few months, met with preservationists, we've communicated with the neighborhood association on numerous occasions, and we just think it's an exciting opportunity for Charleston on the fairly derelict side of East Bay Street to present a new face and a new entryway into the city, and we hope that you all will approve the building. Thank you.
Steve Goggins representing SGA Normal Right, and pleasure to be here. I'm going to offer a few physical characteristics of the site of the building, and then we'll let Luda speak to the design aspects of the proposal as well, if that's okay. We had an easel malfunction, so I'm going to ask Joseph to come up here and play easel for just a minute. Joseph actually prepared this graphic, but the reason we prepared this, by the way, is just so that you can grasp the project a little more easily, some of the parameters. This side is zoned MU2 WH. And back, it's an assemblage of property. This portion here allows 6 stories. This portion here allows 4 stories. Charlotte Street, there is a single house. Sits right in the middle. So the project forms basically a U around the structure. Now, even though we're allowed 6 stories on this portion, I want to point out that in terms of the massing, which you'll see in a minute, we are stepping back 25 feet. 6th floor. And here we're actually only doing, even though we're allowed an extra story, we're only doing 3 above the parking. So got a diminished height here on Charlotte Street. Some of the site specifics or parameters around the property are that there are 0 setbacks. It is a multifamily project largely, 119 units, and those will be above 2 levels of parking. The parking does handle all of the needs of the project itself from the standpoint of ordinance and so on. We'll have a little bit of a commercial up front here. We step back considerably from Charlotte Street on the corner. Building that we talked about relocating just a few minutes ago will actually reside right here. You'll see in some of the imagery, you can look up here, that'll provide context for the remaining single house that's there. In fact, they'll buttress one another, support one another contextually, I think. It'll be a lot more pleasant. And you can see how the front corner is not only stepped down, but stepped back. So staff recognize that as well, and we're appreciative of that. The use of that building will be is indeterminate, but probably will be some form of commercial. A little bit of commercial here on the corner to activate the corner, and then a little more commercial continuing. Entryways off Charlotte, we are doing a curb cut out here for a vehicular drop off. We also have a pedestrian access off of East Bay as well. This is traditionally an industrial kind of an area, and it's still to this day abuts part of the port and so on. So we've on Washington Street located our service and entrances to the garage, and also the site told us a great deal about how to approach the design in this case. One staff comment that you'll hear is that we don't always have 10-foot wide walkways. We can accomplish that. You see here on East Bay, we've got a verge, and sidewalk reduces by taking the sidewalk all the way to the curb and doing tree cutouts. We can easily meet the 10 feet. Charlotte Street, we got 10 feet. Again, tree cutouts. Similarly, Washington. So I think we can meet our obligations there. And paving material, the exact paving material is not determined right now, but we'll be bringing that to you sometime in the future. It'll be something that we can discuss as we get into pallets materials and so on. I think that's it. I would like to certainly turn the floor over to Luda, who's the author of the design itself, and you'll be pleased with what she shows you.
Give it a go.
I'm just. So as the gentleman before me told you about this property, we've been working on this project for a while, trying to evaluate the area, trying to expand the our understanding of the area, and also the what we bring to the value of this area as developers and obviously design professionals. So let's start to move on. the drawings. So as you see on this particular one, that's a survey and it outlines our property as kind of U-shape. We have that wedge of existing, excuse me, existing historic structure. Single family house. This one, just very quickly, it's that's a key plan to show the surroundings. Next, a few sheets with the photographs of where we are and what we see from every direction of this property. I believe everybody knows that area in here, so it's now it's the streetscapes, and I think the significance of this streetscapes right now to show you is that first of all a little bit of history for the East Bay. This portion of the East Bay did not exist until mid-century, last century. As it became an extension of East Bay. And, mainly it was residential for the long period of time, but then also it became more industrial with the port and gasometry and things like that. So what these streetscapes are showing to us is that from Calhoun moving forward to the north of the East Bay, this portion of the street started to develop as a more commercial and higher buildings, 4, 5, 6 stories. So we just were looking at how we align with other buildings on each side of the street. And how we become the part of the development of this block of the street. And that's basically it I want to say about this streetscape sheets. Next couple sheets are just enlargements. There's a requirement by board to have a, excuse me, but there is certain scale of the drawings, so not fit the full ones. We have enlargements. Let's keep Sunborn. The development of that area over the time. For the moment, that's the history of the area. Let's keep moving. All right, we have a couple areas of illustratives, and this actually shows how we approached the design and development of that property we accumulated. And also depicts what the ordinance allows us to do with the height of each part of the property. So if you can see, the goal was to create really livable for livable apartments, but also livable streetscape. Yeah, how the pedestrian invited to this area. So this particular view shows how we approached the corner of the Charlotte and East Bay. Right now, it's very confined and barely can be walkable. With what we have done is we set back part of our building. We 45 feet, 14 feet from each side of the east side of the street. But we also brought the 77 Washington Street into this block to become a part of this invited corner, inviting corner, and complementing with the existing single family building. And you can see how it changes from 4-story to 3-story. And also it changes a bit of the architecture approach, how we look at it is more industrial, more of the Charleston depiction of what we are as we used to be a large port city, as we are now as well. Let's move to the next one. Yeah, so, no, I'm sorry. So there's also aerial, but from different view on the same building. And again, it shows how we engage the streets and how we differentiate building heights and what we do for the tenants on the top floors or roof. And some of the differentiation, and this is very here, the lower building, 4 and 3 story, is a white, and will it be white brick or painted brick? And the 6th story is a light grayish, so it gives us a flow of not just same old the one color building, but it creates the interest, and again, to me, it's kind of invites you to walk by. But so this, since we pretty much filling out this property, this actually ground level floor plan as well as the other side. And along the East Bay, we have the commercial blocks of the building. We have amenity used by the building. And we also created 2 entrances to the as one is from the East Bay, as you can see. So we created some of the plaza and we're entering the part of the building. But we also have an entrance Charleston Street. And we consider that's the main entrance where we will lobby and creation of the courtyard and all these lighting structures with. I will show you a little bit more how we treat architecturally all those elements. That's how we approaching this. Right. So like Steve mentioned, we are required to the first ground level to be 20 to 25 feet up, floor to floor. So we are taking advantage of that and creating 2 levels of the parking, which and that allows us to all parking class hidden in this building behind the animated parts of the streets on the East Bay and Charlotte, and well screened on Charlotte and Washington Street. So the next drawing is just shows 2nd level. I'm sorry, no, it's okay. So this particular sheet and drawing, we did the study of what is existing and how walkable was street, and what are we achieving with our setbacks of different blocks of the building, and how we are trying to invite the pedestrian movement, and even maybe stopping by, sitting on the city wall, creating the physical of the ice cream or something of that sort, because we will have some sort of retail here as well. So the photos is directly and they're showing you what is it now, and you, even I barely walking by that corner, and what are we trying to achieve with the openness and how the architecture is complementing that particular corner. It's very brief, but we meant to study and enhance that portion of the pedestrian experience. Next. So this is a just second level of ground floor. We have a commercial and amenity. They will have really nice open ceiling heights and interesting interiors. Next, please. This is a first residential level above the podium concrete. And you can see how it's organized. Pretty much double loaded corridors with there will be beautiful views from residences into the all directions of the Charleston in that area. But also we have a elevated courtyard which will be used by residents, and we are planning to create some amenities there as well. Next, please. And so that's 17 through, we have these 5 stories, so 17 through 18 sheets, which just depicts the repetitious floor plans, but also showing this is a 5th floor, which we moved the amenity for the building, like clubhouse, a little kitchen, and also rooftop swimming pool and outdoor amenity on right above the 4th story of Washington Street, but also that amenity block left to it will have a beautiful view to the bridge to south of the Charleston, things like that. 6th story, it's only this block, which is 6th story. So on the west side of it, facing the East Bay, you can see how we stepped back with the, and it's surrounded on 2 sides, on north and west, and created the terrace. The whole idea is to diminish the impact of the height of this 6th story on East Bay specifically. We did the study, what would you see? And and one of the perspectives you will see that 6th story hardly visible. The roof plan is just for information right now. We have not able at this point to really study the HVAC, how we're going to approach that, but we have some ideas and we will be very sensitive to how we screen it and the visibility of the units. So, next please. Now we're moving to the two elevations. So each sheet, you will see it's kind of the same elevation, but top sheet has a delineation of the materials. Unfortunately, it's very dark. But also getting the shadows on the elevations, it helps to understand how this horizontally and vertically, the walls are moving from one block to another, and we're going from 6-story on the left-hand side, going to the 4 and 3, then on the background of it is a relocated structure. And the rock below it's showing the heights and also notes the materials. Materials here pretty much is brick and metals. And we have introduced some of the cast stone into the one of the middle block piazza, what we call it, and that's pretty much it. So I'm sorry, architecturally, we sort of decided that we are creating the new block of the city, and we are looking at complementary, a little bit more contemporary, more repetitious of what we see around Charleston, and but we're also thinking about what is the areas there, and it's industrial. So there are different ways of how industrial buildings were designed around the Charleston, and there were a lot of warehouses. And we are not mimicking, but we're inspired by that. So, and that's how 6-story is more contemporary. Then we have 4 and 3-story parts of the building, somewhat quieter, and everything what we sort of looked at design of the building is actually based on the Charleston inspirations and precedents historically. And there will be one sheet on the end where we will kind of even point the areas how it was done. So I think we can, so let's just look at this elevation very quickly. You can see how the streetscape is moving from 3-story to the relocated building with the setbacks of the 3-story again behind the existing building, and then moving to the 4-story. It's all on the Charlotte Street. Pretty much the same on the Washington Street. Next, please. The north elevation is a little bit more static. Again, because that's how we are facing the lines, olives, and also in all considerations, this is actually side elevation to the building. It will be, if you look along any streets, major streets in our city. We can talk a little bit more about how we delineated that, but there are solid walls and some of the windows and things like that in the recessed area. Next, please. And we can go through all this. These elevations are essentially visible from the inside of the building, from the courtyard and all that. So some will be visible from the street, some not. But the language of and vocabulary of pretty much repeated from everything else. We have, and obviously these elevations are together with the building sections from some of the parts, and then we have more building sections along the lines. And now we sort of came to how do we have a little bit of the street to address, but we really want to kind of palatable and, inviting and active. And I would let Bill very quickly to things, Bill thanks about.
Let's take a couple of,
about-
just 1 minute.
Yeah.
So as Steve said, it was, we wanted to make sure that we really opened up the streetscape. If you walk down this part of East Bay right now, the sidewalks are really narrow and inhospitable. So we wanted to really open up that streetscape and especially open it up at the corner and make it a much more pedestrian experience. I know one of the staff comments was about the 10-foot sidewalks. And as Steve says, we can accommodate that. Right now, with the verge, with the existing trees, well, we've got some grass areas, but we can pave right up to the sidewalk and get the full 10 feet. But the narrowest our sidewalk ever is about 6'6", and that's at the tree verge where you've got about a 3.5-foot tree verge next to us there. So as far as the openness to the street, I think it's very comfortable. We've kept our palette very simple, very urban, and in keeping with the building, a little bit more modern. We haven't really honed in on the materials yet, but right now I'm thinking like a Hanover paver in large pavers. If you've ever walked down the streets in Washington, DC, you've walked on Hanover pavers, but a very simple palette.
Okay. I know, am I running out?
You're up on the 20 minutes. You need another extension?
No, I am over?
You're not quite.
Oh, okay. I just have a pretty pictures. So just this one very quickly, what was inspiration for the 6-story? And we were looking throughout, it's essentially it's a warehouse, 221 Meeting Street is a ratio of the glass and solid wall and very simple rhythm, much more detailing, but we are in the more modern era right now. So that's kind of what we were looking at. Next, please. And then the other gabled end of the 3-story on the Charlotte Street and this bay. That's a lot of examples of throughout the Charleston of that type of finishing up. But also there's an existing little structure on Charlotte Street. It's a different, and that was our main inspiration for that. And the middle part of the building, which is on the left-hand side bottom, is what we were looking at. It's just very typical, clean and punch windows, but there is a piazza. We were trying to create as another level of the entrance to the building, but also used by bystander and pedestrians. So to the right-hand side, I couldn't find the similar inspiration, but historically, this city had a lot of buildings with the projected piazzas. So again, this is just a illustration of the corner, how it meets the East Bay and Charlotte. Next, please. This is more straightforward, and you can see, as up front is the located building and how we are, excuse me, how we're going to try to renovate and preserve that building. But also in between these two buildings, you can see that it's a pergola and it's a cover. And behind, there's a glass block. That's where our lobby is. So that glass block became the connector between new and existing. Even so, the renovated building, we are not really attaching to it. We're just creating background for it. And that's looking at that pergola and existing building from the elevated courtyard. Next, please. This shows you how the 6th floor or is actually visible or invisible at the perspective. And I think on this perspective, the street even wider than when it's a reality of it. Next, please. Again, our building with the plaza and landscape, how we budget, and there's a glass hyphen between those two structures. You can see that's where the exit stair is actually. So this is perspective of the from Washington and Charlotte Street, and it shows how we dealing with the screening of the garage levels. Next. So now again, the materials and what and details, how we used, again, this is just represents as examples what we have on this building, and including the two colors, how they complement each other. Next, please. Same pretty much here, what we're thinking about, how we're going to use the glass, how we're going to use the metals. We have the large gates, doors. There will be metal on the Washington Street. Next, please. That's kind of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Absolutely.
Public comment on this agenda item. Anyone here present tonight to speak for or against this?
Yes. Appreciate it. Thank you. Erin Minigan with Preservation Society of Charleston. We would like to thank the project team for meeting with us to discuss the proposed design. Generally, we are comfortable with aspects of height, scale, and mass, but given the project's close proximity to the historic core and nearby historic neighborhoods, we feel the architectural direction needs further study to relate to the context. In our view, the two southern masses facing East Bay Street are the strongest and feel most like Charleston's architectural character. Meanwhile, the contemporary design of the northern, taller portions of the site is weaker, taking on a more generic character that could be found in other cities. The window to wall ratio and fenestration types is something we think could be studied to help remedy this issue. The amount of glazing, including the glass hyphen, penthouse, and large glass window panes, are foreign to Charleston's historic urban context, while the fenestration of the neighboring right smaller masses feels more comfortable. We also believe the ground floor needs further study. First, the solid wall toward the left side of the elevation height of the parking garage is an unfriendly treatment on such a prominent elevation. And the inset loggia at the center mass is an unusual treatment for Charleston's urban character and does not serve a meaningful purpose. We feel it would be better to bring forward the enclosed lobby space at this area of the ground floor to have a better presence on East Bay Street. Moving around to the Charlotte Street elevation here, we are excited to see the historic relocated building incorporated as part of the larger project. However, we would prefer to see the glass lobby mass shifted further away to allow the historic building to read more independently. Moving east on the block, we feel the repetitive bays creates good vertical proportions, but material choice and execution will be key to the success of this design. We are concerned by the proposal to use metal panel, which has proven difficult to execute well on other projects, and we encourage studying a higher quality product such as stone. Finally, on the rear Washington Street elevation, our comments are consistent with the concerns expressed on the East Bay side regarding the taller mass being out of character for Charleston. And we might even suggest studying the architectural language similar to the Bay expression on the left side of the elevation, which feels more substantial and related to the context. Therefore, due to issues with architectural direction specific to the taller masses, we feel the project should be deferred for study and refinement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minigan. Further public comment?
Justin Schweller, the Historic Charleston Foundation. I would like to thank the applicant team for meeting with us several times to review this project and for their efforts in relocating and preserving 77 Street. We like the design direction of the smaller scale traditional buildings at the corner of East Bay and Charlotte. Our only concern for that portion is how the scale relates to 77 Washington that's being relocated. At this time, the first floor ceiling height of the new portion is almost as tall as the second floor ceiling height on 77 Washington. We recommend reducing the scale or the ceiling height of those buildings to be more sympathetic to the historic structures. We also believe that the design direction of the 6-story massing needs a restudy. While we do support the intention of creating a warehouse or industrial style building, we feel that the design does not quite hit the mark. In the current renderings, the design looks like any other of the many 5/1 style buildings that we're seeing around town. We recommend a simplification of the facade material, the assembly, and more articulation in the elevations to break up the massing. The removal of the Juliet balconies, particularly on East Bay Street, and increasing the amount of glazing. The window patterns on the northwest corner of East Bay and the 4-story portion of Washington Street are preferable in assembly. We would also like some restudy of the ground floor along the northwest side of East Bay Street. We feel that this should also read as a storefront and not a garage wall. Perhaps adding a pedestrian entrance to the bike racks just inside, referenced on the plan, would help activate that portion of the ground floor elevation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schweller. Further public comment on this agenda item?
Seeing none, city staff comments, recommendations.
Sure, I'd like to start with some observations. These were in your packet, but these are not on the slide. As we've been looking at it. Number one, the pairing of the 2 single houses will create context for both. Number 2, regarding the height and massing, the project steps down to the south side of the project and down to 3 stories on the corner, which relates contextually to the area. Number 3, the gabled building at the intersection of Charlotte and East Bay anchors the corner, provides a focus for the entry of the main use of the building, and relates to the gabled forms of the adjacent single houses. And 4, rather than depending solely on multiple expressions, the project's architectural languages relate to the individual building components. For example, the center portion along East Bay provides a loggia and simple and ordered fenestration, very appropriate for Charleston's mid-rise buildings. All right, staff comments. Number 1, to bring interest and consistency to the blank wall portions at the north elevation, consider a facade treatment that mimics the fenestration pattern. Alternatively, this portion could be pulled off the property line in order that openings be placed in the walls. The applicant is aware of the concern and is working on proposed solutions related to facade treatment. Number 2, the central recess portion of the north elevation is flat and should be provided with additional relief through articulation and layering. 3, at the north elevation, restudy the location of the trim bands between the 4th and 5th floors. Consider relocating these to be placed between the 5th and 6th floors and to incorporate into the cornice of the 5th floor portion. Restudy how the trim works on the northwest corner for consistency on the west and north elevations. Number 4, structures that are 6 stories or more shall be abutted by sidewalks no less than 10 feet in width. The applicant should confirm the width of the sidewalk along Washington Street in front of the 6-story portion and to adjust the massing if necessary. There's also a tight corner on the East Bay side where the landscape planter reduces the width. Adjust as needed. 5, staff would suggest examining the width of the sidewalks of the intersection of East Bay and Charlotte. As this area is anticipated to be active, consider a continuous 10-foot wide sidewalk and what effect this would have on the design of the courtyard and access to it. 6, while the pedestrian experience on Washington Street is not ideal, this portion does coincide with the industrial nature of the Columbus terminal. The applicant should continue to study how to enhance this experience. With the current proposed mix of louvers and wired mesh, consider all louvers or consider incorporating vegetation onto the mesh. And 7, additional renderings showing the proximity of the building to the existing house would be beneficial to the submittal package. It appears that the 4-story building is placed very close to and looms over the existing house at 6 Charlotte Street. Additional breathing room may be needed. And 8, the 6-story portion has a blocky appearance, which may be most evident on the north elevation. A restudy of the massing to soften it somewhat could be beneficial. Consider how some play in heights can enliven the top of the building and the skyline. Consider how breaking the parapet height might soften the overall image. And the staff recommendation is deferral for restudy with board and staff comments.
Thank you, Ms. Parrish. The applicant has a 5-minute period for rebuttal, clarification if they desire to use it.
First of all, we respect and honor the comments from staff, and in particular the public groups that were here. I do think we've met most of the criteria for conceptual approval, and we understand there are a number of elements to be further studied. We're committed to getting those studies underway and working interactively with staff and again some of the public groups to reach a consensus. But we respectfully ask that the project be allowed to move forward. This is conceptual review. I think I've heard it's said that the massing and all does work, makes sense. So I'd like to leave it with those thoughts. Respectfully. Thank you.
Board discussion and a vote on this agenda item.
Well, I think overall the strategy for developing this property is probably going to be very effective. Although I agree with really all the staff comments, and I'd like to address just comments 4, 5, and 6, which deal with the way this building affects the pedestrian experience. The issues of setbacks and sidewalk widths and things like that verge, or the presence of the verge, really isn't part of our purview. That's in the public right of way. But what I think staff is getting at is that the building ought to be set back a little bit, particularly from East Bay and Washington Streets, because it feels very cramped. Whether there's a tree planter there or not, that's really a subject for TRC or the DRC as far as that goes. But I really do think that the building needs to be set back a little bit. And I'm also thinking that there's no reason why the west facade of this project can't be square to the street. It zigs and zags back and forth along the East Bay Street right of way in a way that's very atypical for Charleston's architecture. I think it ought to be brought square to the street, and that might resolve another problem that I have identified with the massing, which is the 3-story cross gable form that's really working very well at the corner, abuts the 4-story mass immediately to its north in a really sort of uncomfortable way. And I think if you square up these facades, you might be able to rework that and resolve that conflict between the massing. But I think that's really it. And I'll shut up, but I do agree with staff's recommendation.
I'll jump in to say what I think is right with the project, which is the 3- and 4-story massings details. Those are great buildings. I would approve those buildings right now. I've known people have made exceptions regarding the Juliet balconies, but I think that corner comes off really well. And there are plenty of Charleston design elements in there. I like the fact that you were citing to, I can't find many present examples, but the covered walkways absolutely were very common on Broad Street. The Timrod Hotel, I know you used it as an example, and of course it's very practical for the humans using it, having the covered walkways. So I think all of those elements are successful, and that portion of the East Bay and Charlotte facade is very successful. I'm uncomfortable with the architectural direction of the larger mass on the north side of the property, and think there could be something more exciting or exceptional there. But I do mean to say that I think the southern end of the property and that corner at Charlotte and East Bay is very successful in its current form and how it integrates the building being moved around from Washington Street.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with everything that's being said, with the exception of the zigzag that Mr. White mentioned on East Bay Street. It is atypical to Charleston, but I actually kind of like how it does have a setback for the public to gather, and with the more of an appropriate entrance for the building, in addition to the historical context of it. I would like to see what a rendering would look like from up and down East Bay Street, in addition to like from the streetscape, in addition to from the Irish Memorial. I think that that would be a really helpful way to understand how it fits in the overall neighborhood. I appreciate that you said that you are building a new neighborhood and in this sense, and that it is the first bit of new construction on that side of the street, back where into the warehouse district. I agree on the north side and also on the east bay side, on the main level, with where the parking is. I'm concerned about future development over there and it being not as appropriate for the neighborhood. And lastly, the height. I think the larger massing in the back could come down 1 story, and it would be much more appropriate for the full project as a whole. I actually kind of like the glass block. I didn't think that I would, but I do like it. So.
Further board comment.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to revisit the things that talked. I would like to add that the Washington Street pedestrian experience. Spend a lot of time down there exercising, walking, like a lot of traffic there. And I think very important. And appreciate you working on that.
Further board comment. Or motion.
I'll introduce a motion for deferral for restudy with board and staff comments.
Mr. White, your motion is for deferral for restudy with board and staff comments. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Metters, I have a motion, a second, so I'll go down the roll. Mr. Brown?
Yes, in favor.
Mr. Metters? Mr. White?
Yea in favor.
Myself, yea in favor. Thank you to the applicant.
Okay, we are moving on to agenda item number 9, which is 584 Meeting Street, requesting conceptual approval for new construction of a mixed-use apartment building. This one's in Heights District 5, East Central Neighborhood, and the Historic Corridor District. Sorry, I'll let people get settled. Sorry about that. This one has been before you for conceptual review. It occupies a large portion of the block that includes the red rectangle. Actually, yes, sorry. This is currently on the site. And this is with the project site to your left, looking south on Meeting Street. And looking north on Meeting Street. Okay, we have Mr. William Hornoff presenting this.
Prior to Mr. Bill Hornoff, who's the project architect, I'm Jeff Robert for the development team. Would like to thank the board and the staff for the privilege to bring this project back for preliminary. I think it's inadvertently mismarked by staff on the online version. This project has received its conceptual approval, and we have taken a little more time than would be normal to really study this project and refine the details. And we were buoyed with confidence when we left with an enthusiastic conceptual approval. And we really have come up internally with several good refinements of this project during the process, bringing it back for preliminary. And I could not be prouder of the entire team, especially Bill Hornoff, for the work that was put in. Some of the differentiation of this particular project as opposed to not necessarily others we've seen tonight, but this project is being done by a team, a development team using their own capital. It's not a syndicated project. It is a hard project with very refined details. And as this board knows, our team for over 2 decades has sweated the details, and we have the confidence and the ability to go and pull this off with great aplomb and pay attention to every facet of it during the construction and implementation phase. So again, I couldn't be prouder of the project team, and I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce project architect Bill Hornoff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. My name is Bill Hornoff. I'm part of the design team for 584 Meeting Street. What I'd like to do, first of all, I must say this is my first time presenting to you. It's a little bit intimidating, so I apologize if I make any mistakes. What I'd like to do is take you through some of the revisions that we made as a result of the conceptual approval with staff comments, talk about the materials, which I think is really important here, and then finally talk about how that building is detailed with those materials. So if we go to the next slide, please. And I don't think we need to go through all the slides. So this is what we covered in conceptual. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you. So just a simple revisit of the building. The building itself has 2 residential blocks that sit atop a podium. The podium itself, of course, has retail that wraps around Meeting and Steward Street, but it also encloses and hides the garage in the back. The interesting thing about the building is it kind of creates this residential street that sits atop that podium. But there's also a residential layer at the second level that's been pulled in, creating these terraces for that level, but also sort of delineating this building that has a base, a mid, and a top. And we try to do that with the materials as well. Next slide, please. So I think what we'll do is let's go to 3 or 4 more slides. When we get to the elevations, let's look at the, so I want to kind of cover some of the revisions we made to the building. One more slide, please. So, and how we addressed the original proposal versus our revision. The image at the top is our current proposal, and the image below is the previous version. So several of the comments, I would say a majority of the comments had to do with a very similar thing, and that is really connecting the base with the upper portions of the elevation itself in a couple different ways. One of the comments was you can sort of see the storefront system is quite wide, the piers are much smaller, and there was a lack of coordination between the upper and lower, and I understand that. So you can sort of see how the revision is made in the top image where the storefront system gets a little bit narrower, the bays get a little bit bigger, partly due because just pure structural requirements here. But the other thing we did, and you'll see this more on Stewart, but certainly on Meeting Street, you can sort of see how we broke the base, especially if you go back to the original image, you can sort of see that base is almost continuous. And that was true along Stewart, which you'll see in a moment. But here, what we've done is kind of created a break. So in a way, you really have 3 buildings. You have the 2 residential buildings on the corner, and then you have this amenity space in the middle. So I think that also helps kind of connect the upper portion and the lower portion of the building. And then the additional thing, it's kind of hard to make out in these renderings, is that we also use mullions that sort of define the windows, above that can tie into the storefront mullions below. Next slide. So the next slide will be Stewart Street. So you can sort of see, this is probably where we had the biggest change. You can sort of see the base in the upper image, how the base has been cut and lines up with the sort of dancing pavilions that you have from floors 2 through 5. The other thing that's a big change here, in my opinion, is the reveal of that second floor. That second floor line of the apartments where they pulled in. In the original scheme, you can sort of see how the pavilions kind of broke that, right? And here, the idea is that this is more continuous now. The other thing, and we'll look at this in the floor plan, the other thing about the bay and being broke is those are the retail entrances. And so what we also did is we changed while the brick material is the same, we just changed the pattern, further distinguishing it, but also adding canopies at each one of those, sort of further enhancing really the separation. Next slide, please. The Nassau side. So, when you get to this point in the project, you have lots of different people involved, the MEP, structural, Dominion. And I didn't realize that we were actually doing a Dominion power plant here. We have 4 vaults that we were required to provide. And some of you know that Dominion's requirements are for big, ugly doors. And so we were able to hide 2 of the vaults into the loading zone, so great. but we have 2 vaults along Nassau. And our intention was then to create this architectural louver that carries around, coordinates with the height of the overhead doors, but also masks those fire-rated doors that Dominion requires, but also provides the mechanical requirements that we have on the backside of the building. So it becomes more of an architectural feature than it does a mechanical element. Next slide. And then the Hughes side. Hughes is similar to the Steward Street side, and you can sort of see how the pavilions are a little bit more restrained. They all sit up at that 3rd level. Again, you have that reveal is unbroken for the most part, with the exception of the stair tower there towards the front. But very similar to the scheme you had before. Next slide. Just the one thing I want to point out here is that with the 2 buildings, they each have their own sort of mechanical systems. And you can kind of see the equipment will run down an alley in the middle of the roof. It also has louvered enclosure so that all of that equipment is hidden. The nice thing about this scheme is that the equipment is distributed evenly, so it's really unrecognizable or unseen rather from the street. Next slide. And then here's the first floor plan. You can sort of see how those notches for the retail entrances work along Stewart. And then the notch is a little bit hidden, the new notch on the Meeting Street, but that's where we enter the residences themselves. And then I think we can zoom through the floor plans. One thing about, let's just stop here for a minute. You can sort of see how the apartments are organized and how they run along, they sort of mimic a street, like maybe what you'd find on Nassau, just a few blocks south. But you can sort of see how the apartments run and front either a street or the pedestrian street themselves. Next slide. So let's talk about the materials. So there really are 3 principal materials on the building. And it's our belief that the materials really should enhance the architecture. So we start with the brick at the base. The brick and you can sort of see from the board here, the brick itself is actually going to be a Norman size and a wire cut of a velour texture. The Norman size, as you all know, is really the same size as a modular brick, it's just 4 inches longer. So it's in keeping with the overall scale and size of the building itself. But I think the most interesting thing about the brick, and you don't see it here represented on the board, is that every 4th course, the brick will be pulled out 3/4 of an inch, giving the base more rustication, allowing it to cast shadows and give it some weight, heaviness for it. That second level, that darker level, is a standing seam metal panel. And the intention is that recedes back. It's not unlike how you would treat a reveal detail where you paint that reveal dark. And so it's that material, you'll see that throughout the building, matches the window color, matches all the preformed metal as well. And the idea there is it does allude a bit to, say, board and bat siding that you would see walking around the residential communities around the area. And then the most important material is the porcelain panel. The porcelain panel itself is a open joint rain screen system. The joint itself is 3/8 of an inch thick. The panels are 4 by 9 millimeters thick. We looked at different scales of the panel, and because of the 4-story nature of the pavilion, the scale was more important. You can you'll be able to see the actual layout of the panel in the elevation. That pattern runs vertically, and so it's sort of enhancing the verticality of that upper portion of the building. You can see the architectural louver that you actually do see, as I spoke about, along Nassau, but also there's a introduction of a louver across the top of the storefront. This again is for mechanical purposes, but it's also a horizontal line that ties all of these openings together around the building, but also becomes an area where we would expect signage to be. It's a 3-foot high grill. Our expectation is that signage would be attached to that level of the building. And then the window system itself, which we have a sample of. Next slide. It might be hard to see. You can sort of see the scale, how The panels are working on the pavilions. Like I said, it's 4 foot by roughly 9 foot high. Next slide. Interior elevations of the pedestrian street itself. Next slide. Next slide. So the way the materials lay out and details, this is, we're going to walk around the building through details. So this is the Nassau Street elevation. You can see how the porcelain panel works. The one other change that we made here is we're taking some of the vocabulary you see on the Meeting Street and Steward Street sides and incorporating them onto the pavilions of, in this case, Steward Street. The thinking here is that each one of the pavilions has a little bit uniqueness to it, but tied into the building as a whole. There's 2 sections you see. One is you can sort of see how the reveal works on the 2nd floor. You have the 3 enclosed living rooms, as it were, the reveal, and then the storefront. And then the next section is actually through that slot, the reveal itself with balconies. You can sort of see how the canopy works. The other important thing from this slide, you can sort of see this in this 3D detail here, is how the porcelain panel comes back and meets that back dark portion of the building itself. So that dark color is, allowing the porcelain panel to read greater. Next slide. And then on the Nassau side, again, very similar treatment. You can sort of see the reveal exists on that 2nd floor, but it's a little bit less. The louver itself is recessed into that brick space. And as I said, it's continuous wrapping around and then wraps into the garage. Yes. And then on the Hugie side, Hugie is mostly balconies here. Some of those balconies are clad in porcelain panels, mimicking the Steward Street, and others are open balconies. Next slide. And then this is the Meeting Street side. This elevation detail shows you the reveal where the north pavilion, if so to speak, has this has been disconnected from that middle portion of the amenity space. And it's right in there. You can sort of see that the the residential entrance is. But you can also see in this elevation how the mullions from, say, the amenity space and in that middle portion of the building carry down and become a mullion for the storefront system as well. Again, so there's several of these things that help tie the building vertically together. Next slide, please. And some details. The detail on the right is a parapet section for the porcelain panel itself, a sill detail at the porcelain panel, and then the details showing how the porcelain panel returns back, say on the underneath of that pavilion, or the side pavilion would be very similar, where how it returns back to what would be the metal panel. And then the details on the left are the metal panel details at the parapet wall, very similar, but the material here is metal panel, and the sort of floor slab edge detail with preformed metal that matches that color of the standing seam metal. Next slide. And then typical window details. The most interesting thing here, a couple of things. At the porcelain panel and the metal panel, you can see how the window's been pulled back almost to the back of the wall. And then in the case of the metal panel, that enclosure is all the same color, so it gives that wall some volume. But the same thing happens on the pavilion, on the porcelain panel side as well. That porcelain panel will carry back to the window, giving it some weight. And then the details to the left, the storefront shows where that louver system is. That idea, that's where the signage would go. But you can sort of see how the storefront system itself is pulled to the back. It's about 9 to 10 inches back. But in the jam, you can sort of see how that brick returns back. Again, adding some weight to the overall feel of the base. And then the rest of the images are really how all that translates into the building. So we just kind of go through those. Oh, sorry, one more detail. This is the entrance at Meeting Street. Just some entrance detail, the canopy detail, which is going to be typical for all of the, Lawrence, next slide. So canopy detail for, in this case, well, how residential entrance would work. Again, the residential entrance, you can sort of see in that 3D detail, is pushed back, creating a little bit more space for, in this case, landscaping, but just a little bit more relief to the sidewalk as well. So a view of Meeting Street, again, you can kind of see how the building now really pronounces the three, part building nature of the building itself. Next slide. Corner of Meeting and Stewart. You can kind of see the idea of the signage, how that signage would occupy that space. Almost enhances the horizontality of that line connecting those storefronts, even though they have brick piers in between them. And then you can kind of see how the pavilions change along Stewart. Stewart's a 360-foot long street, so it's a really long facade. Next slide. Nassau Street. You can see how that architectural louver carries around in the corner. You can't see it in this view, but it goes back into the parking garage entrance. One other thing we had changed here is through the TRC review, we were asked for site triangles to chamfer the corner. So you can sort of see that corner at Nassau and Stewart has been opened up a little bit more than it was in the previous scheme. Next one. Looking back towards the west on Steward Street, you can sort of see how the dark metal really kind of sets the porcelain panels off. Next slide. Details of the residential entrance again, which you saw, and the corner of Meeting and Stewart. Next detail. This Puget side. Next slide. Puget from the Nassau side. Next slide. Thank you. We hope that we've met the parameters for prelim approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
Public comment on this agenda item.
Preservation Society of Charleston. We'd like to thank the applicant for reaching out to us and being in close communication throughout this process. To reiterate our previous comments, we feel this is a thoughtful approach to a design and program that creatively breaks up the massing in a meaningful and positive way and relates to Charleston's character through high quality materials and vertical proportions. So we are pleased to lend our support for the project and encourage the board to move for preliminary approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minnigan. Further public comment?
Justin Schwebler with the Historic Charleston Foundation. I'd like to thank the applicants for reaching out to us before tonight's meeting. We're supportive of the application in conceptual phase. We continue to be supportive of the application. I think they've done a thoughtful response to the board and staff comments from the conceptual review. But we would like to encourage the board to really consider the mock-up and material phase of this application because of the limited contemporary design. The materials are going to play a really important role in the success of this project.
Mr. Schwebler. Further public comment on this agenda? Seeing none, city staff comments or recommendations?
All right, thank you. Number one, the design response to the board's previous motion and the staff comments which were selected for incorporation into the board's motion. While the massing and character of the building continue to break the mold of large projects in the area, there's a better sense of order to the facades and a better sense of connection between the ground floor and the upper floors. Some of the exterior materials proposed for the exterior are significantly atypical for Charleston, as staff and board have been hearing some criticism regarding the more formulaic and homogeneous large projects in this area, so this change may be welcomed. Regarding the proposed exterior materials, the porcelain panels can provide sharp, clean edges and corners, which this design relies heavily upon. The wrapping of the panels into the reveals for the windows is critical. The windows appear to be recessed approximately 6 inches from the face of the panel. Board should determine if this is enough to achieve the feeling of depth and reveal that the design relies heavily upon. And 4, the chartreuse green accents on Nassau Street are a bit jarring, but the color can be tested and reviewed during the mock-up review. We are recommending preliminary approval with board and staff comments.
Ms. Perry, any response from the applicant? No. to board comments on this agenda.
Well, I remember last time this was here and I noted, I think I noted that this project differs, maybe breaks the mold in staff parlance in that it clearly expresses the podium that all these projects have. And I think that it's developed to express that more cleanly and concisely. I like the way it's developed. The only thing I would add to staff comments is that just watch your metalwork details. Charleston is infamous for terribly poor sheet metal work, being really bad. So watch your parapet cap details, flashings, all other sorts of trims and accessories that you think there's some craftsman that might work them out. There's not. So I look forward to seeing the project progress, and I agree with staff's recommendation.
Mr. White kind of spearheaded this, championed, better word for it, the conceptual approval of this this particular project. It's evident to me that the applicant took to heart what we said and has obviously worked extensively with staff. And I think that this is,
Hopefully the applicant would agree that this is much improved.
I would also like to compliment the applicant on, as you noted, Mr. Hornoff, there's a 320-foot facades. Charleston's not used to seeing buildings on the scale, buildings that really take up a whole block. That's kind of a novelty for us. I think it is a successful way of addressing that problem. Certainly not the only one. Having multiple structures is something for consideration on a project size. Obviously, we passed that with high scale mass and general architectural direction. But I would point to this as being a way to address the problem of having a single building that's taking up a city block.
Question before I start with. And his vertical standing seam panel.
Yes,
What is that?
it is. The loom panels, the intention is that, the intention is that it comes in much longer lengths, but we're going to take it floor to floor. We have a break because of our balcony detail, so that we expect that it will go continuous without any concern for tin canning, as they call it.
Right. So I was interesting that you brought up what you did about the metal work. I asked that question because as I looked at the plans, there's a lot of flashing details. Challenge, and so please, as you completed what you've shown us tonight, because when I look at this, the way it reads to me, which is, I'm sure it's just unique to me, but it's like you have this, and then you've hung something else on it. What's behind it runs all the way through it. And each time you have one of these layers, it's just kind of added to it. I mean, I like it. There's a sense. Just many different layers of structure, and maybe it's been modified, maybe it hadn't, but I find it appealing. Somewhere in the presentation, I can't remember the sheet number, I saw some lights on the outside of the building. Yes. That's the only thing I'm not supportive of in this application. Something's going to be there, but the way it showed in the photograph caught me, didn't feel right.
I noticed that too. That's not what they're called, but it stuck out to me is that it looks like a can light. I think you're talking about it.
I think that's just bad rendering.
Right. Well, and that's something that
guys in the back are really
clarify.
I just want to get that on the record. That's my one.
Stood out to me as well.
So thank you.
Further board comments?
I continue like this project. It's again very refreshing to see next century in this town, and hopefully we will see more and differential of the materials and out. I had one building in my career which I used the porcelain tile that's still there. So
It was just 6 months ago, though.
Actually 30 years ago. But, so, and like everybody said, it's, all the comments, well,
Further board comments?
I find the building incredibly antagonistic to the context of the area. I think that what's been proposed is a way to do it, but I think that there are other ways to do it. Voting no on the project, but glad that you have support.
Further board comments?
So considering that it appears that the majority of the board are comfortable with preliminary, do we feel that we need to see it again at final, or can staff review that?
I think we need to see it again.
Okay. I'll introduce a motion for preliminary approval with board and staff comments.
There's a motion for approval incorporating board and staff comments by Mr. White. Is there a second? Mr. Metters, how do you vote on this motion?
Mr. Brown?
No, not in favor.
And Ms. Sobchak? Mr. White? And myself, yea in favor. Passes 4-1. Thanks to the applicant. See you final.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sure. Let's take a
2-minute break. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, let's everybody take a break. 5 minutes.
Can I catch who seconded that last motion?
The second was Luda.
Thank you.
yeah. Not really sure where it was, but I mean, the content was. It's like now we're talking instead of that briefly mentioned.
Our last presentation, at least on some of the elements, looked like they hopped out of a Le Corbusier design from like 1920, early years, 1925.
Yeah, I know.
1932.
It is funny how we're like, oh, this is next century. Actually, you're right.
Yeah,
on
actually.
But you know, if it's well detailed, you know, give it a shot. You know, and obviously something like that, it would be hard to. It would be hard to parse that if it was, you know, south of Cumberland Street, especially even south of Spring. But you know, we've always taken broader latitudes.
They just showed that they studied how they implemented.
Until some changes to the zoning code, that's kind of.
Natural protection measures and. Yeah, so.
That's true.
John is there.
Sorry, I felt like we had to do it. I promise James it was basically what we got all here.
Sounds like.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll work on my plan for. Today is.
To the day.
Congratulations.
My
My condolences.
My first meeting was 5/25/2012.
Congratulations and condolences.
I guess.
Did you round out somebody's uncompleted term?
Yeah, Chris Smith.
My first time. No, I
Pretty
don't.
good progress. I think so. I think it's gonna speed up our signs.
There's a name, there's right next to what everyone saying to me was like the best historic district in Northwest. So different from Charleston, very different.
They might have, to your point, both of your points, I have to bring in a crew to do that. Hang all that.
I'm sure hotel we stayed at, it was right.
We were over there looking at the mock-up panel over there behind the school.
They've tried though, you can tell. They've really tried it. Revamp and bring people back. Exactly. Yes, the Chrysler Arts, yeah.
Oh.
Yes, they did have a. All that facilities, photography.
Thank you. Thank you. They're doing all the investments, but it's located right on the marsh, so they're just. He's right there in the commercial also.
If Miss Parrish is in earshot, we'll be ready to go when she is. Step away for a moment.
Hey, text her.
Wonderful. All right, agenda item number 10, number 1, Perry Street.
Are we ready?
Tori, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Sorry.
I said that, but I'll.
Like, wait, is the sound out? I don't hear anything. Okay, agenda item number 10 is 1 Berry Street, requesting material changes and exterior alterations from previously approved BAR approved design. This one is new construction, High District 3, Charleston Village, Old and Historic District. Got some context here for you. The Jasper is to the right. And then the red shows the location for this project. This is the site today. And this is looking away from the project with the Jasper on the left and looking the opposite towards Lockwood. Okay. And for this one, we will have Mr. Oh, well, I just have Antonovich Associates, but I think it's Rob. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Dan Doyle. I'm with the Beach Company, address at 320 Broad Street. I'm joined here tonight by Joe Antonovich and Pat Cusack with Antonovich Associates, as well as Scott Parker with Design Works, all members of our design team that put a lot of work into this project. And as Tori had indicated, this project received preliminary or previous approval, final approval. We even went so far as to build a mock-up and get approval on that mock-up. So you ask yourself, why are we here tonight? And we ask ourselves that, but the question, the answer is fairly straightforward. And we set out to build this project, and you're all aware there's a parallel process to go through with BAR, and that's with TRC here at the city. And it's no secret that the city has faced staffing issues, and the turnaround times to get reviews as part of that standard process is experiencing significant delays. And those delays have had a direct, significant impact on the ability to execute this project. To put it into context, we went forward, signed a GC contract. The anticipation was that we would get through that process and be able to start construction here late spring to summer of 2021. So about a year ago. We finally received that TRC approval in February of this year. I'm not here to point fingers, but I also want to say that the result of those delays are significant in terms of what it means to be able to go out and execute on a project of this scale and this quality. We experienced significant price increases. We experienced significant uncertainty in whether or not we could even get materials to be able to build this project. We put the project on hold when we got that new pricing back. We terminated the contract with our general contractor. We terminated the pre-sale agreements that we had for these units. But this project's important enough to us. This is our front door. This is right across the street from our office. We look down on this site. This is something that's been in the company for generations, and it's important that we maintain the design aesthetic that we set out to achieve here. So we went back to the drawing board and we said, what can we do to still deliver a high quality project? Something that we can be proud of, something that the city can be proud of. And that's what we're here before you tonight. So we're asking for your approval on these modifications. I'm going to turn it over to Joanne Tunovich to go through those details. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Joe Antunovich, president of Antunovich Associates with offices at 224 West Chicago, or West Huron in Chicago. Although it seemed before COVID, we were actually residents of Charleston, given that we were working so much on the Jasper with my colleague Patrick. We were here practically every other week. So wonderful to be back in front of you. Thank you for your time this evening. If we could just go through the slides very quickly. This is an illustration of how early we actually submitted the project, because our initial submission did not even have the Jasper in there. I think that was 2019 when we made the submission early. So we apologize for that, but these are the actual documents that were filed. So if we just go through the slides that we have here. The views from Broad and Berry, really the two main streets. I'm a bit embarrassed to say that the old Jasper is still in these shots, but that just the timing of the application. Next slide. Next slide. I'm just pause here for a second. Nothing changed in the number of units that we proposed. 19 units, nothing changes in the site plan. Everything has remained the same. Where we've been able to save some money is in the structure, in the foundation. So a lot of money has been saved in areas where you will not see them. And so tonight we have 6 or 7 or 8 small items that we'd like to review with you as we go through. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. We can just pause here for a moment. I'll just go through the changes that we've made. This is our revised drawing that shows the project that we would like to build. Changes here. The first change is going from the Indiana limestone that we had proposed earlier to a cast stone. And the cast stone is the same stone that we've used across the street in the Jasper. And, you know, it's really brother and sister here. We've had great experience with the cast stone. It's a little warmer. The Indiana limestone sometimes comes with a lot of water in it. And sometimes when you install it day one, it's not perfect. But Indiana limestone, I'll be frank with you, is substantially more expensive than the cast stone that we have. And the cast stone we have, certainly given the success of what we were able to do on the Jasper, we'd like to substitute that material for the Indiana limestone that we originally had and had constructed on the mock-up. Next slide. We also, on the Barry Street side, there are 7 apartments on the Barry Street side. And what we've done is on the upper floors, in order to give us a little more variation in the kinds of units that we have, we've eliminated the terraces on the upper levels, only on the Barry Street side, looking back towards the Jasper. Those will now have a mansard roof. The slate will encompass that area. The divisions between the slate, between the units will still be the stone elements, the stone cross walls that will continue across, but the same high quality materials that we were constructing the other units of on the roof, like the slate, will be retained. Third change we made was we actually widened the porticos into each of the units on Barry. Only on Barry, the doorway entrances, the overhang, the columns, and the frieze, it's a wider element. We have a single wood door that appears on those particular elevations. And the terrace above now, above the frieze, that's an actual walkout terrace, because we've given up the terrace on the 4th floor. Sorry, the 3rd floor. 1, 2, 3, it is the 4th floor, sorry about that. So we've given up the terrace on the 4th floor of the building that will now become mechanical and really just a support attic space. But there's a terrace now for each of the units on Barry that sits above the front entrance door. We've gone on these elevations from having 2 doors, 2 wood doors, to a single wood door. We would like to be able to construct the columns and the frieze of GFRC. And I think I've heard a lot of debate tonight about GFRC. I won't go into the merits of either, but it's GFRC that we are proposing here. We use them extensively at the Jasper, both in the entry lobby of the entry canopy for the Jasper very successfully. And here we are planning to do the same. We are proposing to do the same. One small change for the existing, you can see the building on the far left all the way down on Broad, where we do have the terraces on the 4th floor. We continue the slate down, but on the vertical surfaces, staff had objected to us using that slate element on the inside. And so we've gone to a cement board on the inside. Let's get into kind of like small details on the level of changes. But we wanted to point out each and every change that we had made on the outside of the building. We have retained the chimneys. We go to the next slide, please. You can start to see some of the chimneys on the building. Next slide. Let's turn your peak above. We have retained the chimneys. We retained the divided windows that we previously had shown. The windows on the third floor have gotten a little bit smaller. We work with the fire department, and they've required us to have the sill 3 feet above the floor, and that was the only change. Other than that, the windows and all have remained as we proposed it. With all of the ironwork, go back one slide, please. All of the ironwork along Berry and around on Broad and then on the Park side, we've reduced somewhat the height of the railings around the landscape. The landscape railings have been reduced in height and a little bit, just to make it a little more of a pedestrian scale so that they relate better to the people walking by. But you can see all of the details of the brick planters, and also the steps, the stone steps, the bluestone steps. Most all of those other details have remained, as have the decorative windows on the first floor that we originally proposed. That's our laundry list. There's a number of items that we believe are important to the design, and we think that we've substituted materials and handled the materials with the level of detail and with the care that had reflected the original design. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Antonovich. Public comment on this agenda item.
Schweller with the Historic Charleston Foundation. I'd like to thank Dan for reaching out to us previously the other day, talk about the changes for this project. The original justification for HCF supporting this project was the incredibly high quality natural and traditional material that was selected to be used for the project. We feel that's incredibly important to the integrity of this project, especially after the final mock-up approval. We completely understand the kind of supply chain shortages and increased expenses with all the inflation that's happened recently. So we would at least like to see the limestone continued on the first floor level if possible, but we don't have any other comments or concerns for the other changes requested. Thank you.
Mr. Schweller, further public comment.
And again, with Preservation Society of Charleston, we'd also like to thank the applicant for reaching out to us and walking us through the changes and reasons behind it. However, we are not supportive of the material change requests, and in particular, the proposal to modify limestone to cast stone. This is a downgrade in material quality for buildings of this scale. At such a prominent location, material choice and execution is critical. The VAR principles uphold the use of authentic materials, saying composite materials such as cast stone should only be used in limited quantity. So therefore, we urge the board to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Any further public comment on this agenda item? Hearing none, city staff comments or recommendations.
Okay, I'll start with the applicant has worked diligently with staff to preserve the look and feel of the original approved proposal. 2, staff has asked the applicant to be clear in the enumeration of changes and discuss the properties of proposed new materials. 3, since embarking on this aggressive value engineering, many items initially removed have been added back or replaced with materials that staff considers to be close to the originally proposed in terms of aesthetics and durability. The most prominent example of this is the change from limestone to acid etched cast stone cladding and parts which are intended to match that at the nearby Jasper project developed by the same team. 4, metalwork has been minimally changed, most notably at the perimeter fencing, which has been reduced slightly in height, and in the grills at windows, which results in only a minimal change to the overall appearance of the project. 5, it is necessary for staff to get a more thorough look at the comprehensive package of changes and should do so at final review by staff for permit drawings, where any more minor items may be worked out with the applicant. And the staff recommendation is approval with board and staff comments with final review by staff of the revised for permit drawings.
Ms. Parrish, the applicant has a 5-minute period for clarification or rebuttal if they choose to use it. Okay. We'll move to board comments and then vote on this agenda item.
Could we go back to the that you were on previous?
Sheet G 420 or 424, but I think it's just a matter of getting there. Sorry, we included all of the final VAR pages.
Members make a lot of drawings.
Yes, we do.
Without no launch back yet. But this is striking to me. It's not necessarily the change of the materials, but I've lost the definition. The way that it reads going. Again, that's a result of the change of materials, I guess.
It's also most visible on perspective.
So I for those reasons and reasons there's not some version that I'd be comfortable with. The way that the change of the materials has changed the way the overall appearance is. That's not actually what we're here talking about tonight. So at least in my mind, it's not. I might be wrong about that, but that's that effect is what effective change is what this means. I really like the top building. I thought it was really great, and we all did. So I mean, really, that's my.
There's further board comment.
Doris, let's go to that perspective which shows the Bear Street. Here the issue is not as much of, there's roof is a roof, but the division, showing division between the units is flat, and it kind of creates very unusual. So bring it up as a in the actual division rather than the kind of picture frame.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't see any public comment. Did the applicant meet with the neighborhood association?
I reached out to the neighborhood association. I did not hear back. Mr. Chairman, I should also address some of these comments because I think it may be in the way that the image is rendered, because none of the details have changed in terms of the individual cast stone pieces that are being proposed for replacement in lieu of the limestone. All of those details are the same. It's just a different material. So it could be in terms of just the shadowing or how it's rendered, but I just wanted to clarify that all of those are the same.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Further board comments?
So your window sizes, the proportions of the windows, the height of the parapet, all that's as it was before?
Except for on the third floor, I think you can see there, we've just raised the sill so that we can have those windows be fully operable. Otherwise, we've got to have the 4-inch restrictors on them. And working with the fire department too, they want to have another means of access, so through those windows. So those have come up to 3 feet, and otherwise, all of the other windows are essentially the same proportion.
Sheet G417 does highlight some of the things we're talking about.
Almost got this.
Yes, we've added, we've changed the floor plan on the inside. We've added 2 bedrooms on some of the facades. But here you can see that modification where the lower windows have a different proportion of the upper. But all the detailing of the limestone or the cast stone remain the same as what we had originally. To your point, could we go to the park elevation that shows the before and after? Because that change above is only for the units that are the 7 units on Barry. The other units that run, just hold it, go back one slide. So these are the before and after of the units on Broad. So you can see just by the elimination of the upper level, it is different, but we're making a different unit type there. Those will sell for less, and they will allow a greater range of product types in the unit. Next slide.
But here you have a distinction.
The divided walls, the height of the divided walls between the slate and the top of the mansards will remain the same as what we had before. I actually had the same comment myself on the way we had shown that. But I think here you can see where the 4th floor is rendered differently. These have not had the change that we are proposing on those 7 units on Barry. Just wanted to make it clear.
Does look like there is a height differential in the roof line and the slope and the brick on the in the chimneys. Am I wrong with that? Well, if you go to PDF page 24.
The best thing I can say about that is I think perhaps by the time we engineered the brick and the support of the brick and the chimneys on the center and just worked everything out, that's the actual size we're ending up with. And they are a little wider than what we had shown earlier. But we still think, though, that when you look at the elevations and see the renderings of the brick chimneys on the angle, they're still very, very impressive and very much like what we originally intended.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask a question. How to process this, but this is just me, right? The feeling is it's more than just a material change. I don't know if that's right or not, because I can't really. I mean, it could be just as simple as downspouts in the top in the car. Look at the final BAR previous, because we had a conversation about the downspouts and how it was integrated to the leader heads and all of that. That provides definition, and you don't have that at the bottom. So if you took it off the top and you looked at the bottom, it may look completely different. But seems like it's just slightly different than material changes to me, because they're affected by material sizes of brick, may affect the width or length chimney. But it may be completely okay, but it's like could we meeting? It's almost like let's go back as if we were looking at the final approval, right? Looking at it, and maybe this doesn't make sense to anybody.
I understand what you're saying. It's hard to articulate, but the thrust of what you're saying is that the material changes
lead to significant change in how it looks curbside.
And
As a cumulative effect.
Even if it's nothing more than it happens to be a vertical downpipe, it provides the division of the roofs, right?
Mr. Meters, if I may, one thing I failed to say was, we were able to reduce the number of downspouts. They still are copper, but we've actually got the downspouts now on the ends of buildings. And so we no longer have them coming down every particular crosswalk.
And I guess I was thinking that was the case, looking at the file earlier, but I thought that they looked good. And so it gave it definition, and that's what that's exactly what I'm trying to.
Well, and to be frank, each one of those copper downspouts for the 19 units that we have are very expensive elements, and so by being able to omit them, on the other hand, keeping the quality of the material where they do come down, we have retained our commitment to making those front ones all copper.
I don't mind switching from limestone to cast stone because it maintains the material palette of the development next door. That doesn't really bother me at all. It's rare to see a 3-story stone facade in Charleston to begin with. But I think what everybody is sort of catching on to is that the cast stone facade, as proposed now, appears to be at least 2 feet shorter than it was before. And that's evidenced by the change in pitch from the mansard here to the mansard here, and the introduction of a railing here where there was none before because the cornice was your railing. This whole line is 2 feet or so shorter than it was at this point, and it's affecting the proportions of everything: the window to wall ratio, the height of this window versus the height of that window, the height of this entryway versus the height of that entryway. So it's much more than a material choice, and this was presented to us as just merely a material swap. It's not.
Further board comment?
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I make a comment?
Sure.
This may be helpful. I'm not sure, and this may require some input from Patrick and the team. But going through the process, you can see this top image is rendered differently. It's in a much more freestyle hand. The other is we've gone through the permitting process with the city. So Patrick, maybe you can comment as to, there are going to be things that may not show in that top image that are required through the building department. Jay, to your point, that railing and how that is indicated there. So I just want to point that out so that everyone's understanding just at what stage we were at in this project. So Patrick, I don't know if you've got anything.
Sure, I
could say else there.
Asking for this?
No, we're not.
It's okay.
Okay.
Patrick, you said Patrick Associates. I think what you're seeing is actually just natural refinement since November of 2019. That was the last time we had submitted the project to you all. And since that point in time, Joe alluded to the fact that we went from a concrete block and steel joist system throughout to concrete block on the first floor, but then transitioning to a wood system above. That naturally results in a somewhat different floor to floor dimensional change. But when you look at the height of the parapet wall and the guardrail behind it, those relationships have not changed. If you were to look at the more detailed drawings of our 2019 final VAR, and if you were to look at the photographs of our sample panel that I think many of you reviewed in person, we presented it with the appropriate, there's a parapet wall and a guardrail beyond that. So I'd say maybe the floor to floor dimensions have been refined since 2019, but we feel like we've been, we've effectively brought the same relationships of all those details into this most recent iteration.
At what point after a final approval would, is there a threshold that they would need to come, or that any applicant would need to come back to the BAR for approval?
I would think so, because we're talking about some issues of dimensionality and windows. Question about what some of these proportions are, and dimensions have changed, chimney dimensions have changed. Lawrence, when this was previously approved by the BAR or Tory, excuse me, it had a final approval, but was there any allowance for staff review of these detail changes to get where we are, or my fellow board members have here long ago?
Yeah, this project actually huge final review at staff level, because I do remember that y'all applied for final review by the board and it made it onto the agenda, and then everybody realized you got final review by staff at preliminary. But at that point, it's pretty clear by ordinance that you can't go about changing floor to floor height, roof pitches, window dimensions, configuration of facades, presence of railings or not. If this is basically what the board saw at preliminary and that proceeded to final, then that should have been what you received a permit for. And if you changed it sometime before then and now you're proposing that the only thing that's changing is some material choices, then there were other changes that were made without proper approval prior to tonight.
Or I guess that's what I'm asking, or with staff related to this. You add any?
And say that what you see on top was what was approved by board and by staff last.
Okay, so to cut through the thicket here, I think there's probably two ways forward. One is that we can defer this and do a deep dive and compare the final review of sign and seal permit drawings versus this proposal and see if anything dimensionally changed about the massing of the building between now and then. Or we can say you have to stick with what we had approved last time this board saw it, but you can go to cast stone and lieu limestone. We don't care about that. But if the building has dimensionally changed since the board last saw it, and that wasn't acknowledged and reviewed specifically by staff, then we have a much more serious issue with the proposal.
So that's, I think I'm willing to give the applicant the benefit of the doubt that several years have lapsed, that this thing's been kicked around by TRC and DRB and whomever else. And that again, staff does a wonderful job. I would like some clarification as to what exactly the staff may have approved. I think we need that to be clear. And that would be a reason to give the applicant the benefit of the doubt and defer while we get a conclusive answer from the staff as to what those changes over 2.5, 3 years were. And rather than do something that's actually going to put the applicant in a worse position where they haven't done cost allowances for us saying, oh, you can do the cast stone, but you can't, you've got to go back to all those dimensions and proportions because that's what we permit.
Right.
That doesn't seem to be doing anyone any good.
Yeah, and because the TRC process it's a shame that it's not better known how utterly dysfunctional it is. But to be frank, and we're live. But maybe the thing to do is to defer this and ask staff to compare this application to the final set y'all ever looked at, the sign and seal permit documents, and confirm whether it conforms to the height, scale, mass, and general architectural direction.
I think that we can both agree here that what is represented on the top in terms of what you're seeing proportionally and dimensionally is indeed what was approved by board and staff.
But if structural was designed where the original location, then there are no changes. So when the structural was redesigned,
Yeah,
When
I
I
think
say
that, I think it was the difference of like four, just, it's.
it doesn't.
Yeah, that's
Well, yeah,
So potentially something changed, right? And we don't know what that is until we do some research on it. So is there a way to defer just to the next meeting even?
Mr. Chairman, I think Lawrence answered your question. Lawrence said, I think he answered it twice. The top one is approved by the board and approved by staff. Next step is to option for the applicant. This application and you know what the right process or the board defer.
The applicant may make a withdrawal at any time before this board votes.
Because our application, the only thing in front of us tonight is simply the change of materials. That's it. I mean, that's the only thing we can vote on is change of materials.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to introduce a motion, it would be approval for material changes, denial of changes to height scale mass.
That's what I mean.
Y'all may not want us to do that.
That's where I was going with that.
And let me be clear with Mr. Parrish and Mr. Courtney. This application was set up as just material changes, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, here's the application right here. As a cost reduction strategy, materiality changes are being proposed, which are in keeping with the aesthetic and overall quality of the neighboring Jasper project. Included in these changes are the transition from limestone to cast stone, the introduction of GFRC to match the cast stone and the frieze and columns, I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly, of the entry porticos, and the change to single paneled entry doors. Additionally, in order to provide more variety in our unit mix, the Berry Street townhomes will no longer have an upper floor den and terrace. Instead, we are introducing outdoor space on the top of a larger front stoop, which differentiates these units from those that are facing the park. And that is all that was provided in the May 13th application.
In that list you recited, Mr. Brown, I don't recall a change in the dimensions of the third and fourth windows.
Yes, sir.
Nor to the roof pitch, nor the height of the cornice.
Would I entertain a motion?
So the changes that were described, excuse me, changing from limestone to cast stone, eliminating the terraces at Berry, and extending the slate mansard, that's fine. Those are both fine. Widening the porticos at Berry and having a second floor terrace above, that's fine. You know, going from 2 wood doors to 1 door on Berry, that's all fine. Those 4 points that I noted here, by themselves, it's okay. But it's really evident that nothing else is. So I'm going to make a motion that's specific to those 4 items and those 4 items only.
Okay.
So make a motion for approval of change from limestone to cast stone. Elimination. 4th floor terraces at Berry Street. Widened porticos at Berry Street entrances. Single door entrances at Berry Street. And then that should include final review by staff of the revised form permit drawings.
Our changes.
Yeah, I mean, since we're only specifically accommodating those changes, any other changes that are introduced, that staff review would by definition get kicked back to the board.
So Mr. White, your motion, as I understand it, is a motion for approval of a change from the limestone to cast stone. Number 2, elimination of the 4th floor terraces on the Berry Street elevation of the building. Number 3, widen porticos on the Berry Street elevation. And number 4, removing the double doors and replace them with single door entrances also on the Berry Street facade, and allow final review by staff of 4 permit drawings. Is that a correct restatement?
That's correct.
Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Brown, seconds.
Mr. Chairman, I want to have a conversation.
Sure, and discuss the motion. Yep.
First off, I don't see how this helps the applicant. Might be wrong. Even though I don't disagree with what you're saying, that they're looking for something that changes the look of this building. We see it, we all see it. We can approve a few of these things and then something else like this, again, maybe not.
But they use the
Let me
material,
finish.
yeah, and so.
And so I'm just wondering, does this help you? And this is discussion, and I mean, you know, in other words, Chairman said, you know, you have the
I think that they would also be acting in good, we're in a position where we're not necessarily trying to help the applicant, right? We're trying to do our jobs, but we want to do so in a nice way. So I know that they will act in good faith and bring it back to us if there are any substantial changes.
What I'm trying to do with this motion is give them everything they've actually asked for.
This is a materials change application.
Right.
These other issues
I'm at
require.
peace. Okay.
No, and so, and the ability of the applicant to withdraw at any time for any reason remains on the floor. There's a motion and a second, and Mr. Brown seconded, so I'll go down the roll. Mr. Metters, how do you vote on this motion?
Appreciate your comments, and the feedback does help us. It does, and we want to put forth a project that everyone's going to be comfortable with. And if there's some slight iteration as to how this is reflected, and if it's different from above, we want it to be able to reflect what it is from above. So being able to get this feedback and approval with these material changes gives us a lot of direction. And, you know, we'll meet, if something does come up, then we may have to address that again, but hopefully that helps.
Applicant's team's got some smart folks on it. But, Mr. Metters, yea in favor. Ms. Socha, Mr. White.
Yea in favor.
Mr. Brown. Yea in favor. Myself, yea in favor. Thank you to the applicant. Get in touch.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh, you made some great points on that application, both with what the two of us came to with the material cumulative changes as well as what's actually remaining once it burns.
Thank you.
Easier ones now. I hope so.
Easier than
Oh, you've got more.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Safe travel. Agenda item number 11, 838 Morrison Drive.
Yeah, we're moving into the latter part of the night. 838 Morrison Drive is requesting an appeal of staff decision regarding signage. This one is at the Meeting Street Manor, Cooper River Courts area, Historic Corridor District. And I have Seaman Whiteside as the applicant. Okay.
My name is Mara Davis. I'm actually with the Bourne Group. We're the sign manufacturer for this project. So we're representing clients in this part. And we are breaking into this. Rookies, obviously, we've been here since the very beginning. Have a lot of respect for what you guys do here. Got a little bit, so hopefully this one will be a little bit more simple for you guys. So it's my understanding that we are approved for the locations and sizes of the signs. It's just the lighting. So very similar to the line item number 3 of the request. So our submittal.
Let's see.
Yes, this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
It's been a rough week.
Yes.
Um,
So approaching this, we have two parts. We have the building signage and we have the tenant signage. So if we start with the building signage, we very much are only looking to light this from a wayfinding perspective. So it's a residential apartments, and then it's got retail below. So this is the monument sign, which we originally submitted it to be internally illuminated. So just the lettering would glow. And then I believe the request was to subdue the lighting and make it more subtle. So with that in mind, what we'd like to propose is in that courtyard area, if you go back to the previous slide, this courtyard area it's got bench seating and it's got a lot of lighting incorporated into the hardscape already. And what we were thinking we could do is shift that to where we just angle some of that lighting towards this monument sign in general, so that the area is more lit, so it's visible, but you don't get that big, strong glow of the letters shining out. It would be more the light shining onto the sign.
so it is in fact only externally illuminated.
Yes, that's what we would propose to do now, because my concern with if we subdue the lighting on this and it's not strong enough, it won't be readable. So if we want to scale back the lighting, I think external lighting would be more appropriate, and it would actually in this area. So that's what we would propose for the monument sign. And then if you go back to the location plan slide. Sorry, we had one very large page there. So this orange A, that's where the monument sign is located. So it's set back in the courtyard. So we have this blade on the corner as kind of a ID that you can see from both ways as you're traveling down the road. And this one we have proposed as being internally illuminated. So only the letters would glow. So we can keep it that way, and we can put in dimmable LEDs so that we can take it down to a level of lighting that you guys are comfortable with. Or we could externally light that sign as well. But that would mean that the entire sign cabinet would glow. And then before we look in detail at each of these signs, this purple line back here is the garage entry sign, and we have two of those, and neither one of them are visible from the street. Both were proposed to be internally lit. We can externally light those as well with goosenecks, but we do think it's important to light that just so that people can find their way into the garage, because it is for residents and people, when people are visiting their friends or family that live there, it's just hard to kind of know where to turn in. And it's not visible at all from the road, so it would be nice to be able to light those. And that's all the building signage. That's the identifying, like, wayfinding. Well, C is the blade sign. So yes, so we
But
have,
it's still,
yes. So it would be the blade sign is what would be visible as you're driving down Morrison Drive. And then as you get here, you would see that monument sign and lit by the ambient lighting of the courtyard. And then as you travel down Johnson Street, like this garage entry, where to turn in.
Okay.
So depending on what your preference is, we can approach it from a couple of different ways with the blade. If we want to look at the blade sign, we have a page of that design, just so you guys can see it.
Lawrence, can we flip to the blade side?
I don't really have those. I'm not ignoring you. I just don't have those.
So there's this page that shows you the detail, and then I think the next page shows it, the building elevation. But it's just the name. And either we can have just the letters below, or we could attach goosenecks onto the sign and have it washed with light. But I do think it's important from a wayfinding standpoint to have some kind of identification that you can see as you're driving. And having it on that corner hopefully will help to lead people down Johnson Street. And then the garage entries you saw on the previous pages, they look very similar to this. We had the letters lit. If you would be more comfortable with it, we can reduce the size slightly and put goosenecks above it. And then lit externally. But just something to make it visible. For people to know where to go.
All right.
Okay.
Excellent.
So
Got it.
yes, so that is the building signage side of it. And then we also have the tenant signage. So it's a mixed use, so there's retail below. And we do have a lot of canopies that we're proposing tenant signage on. So that's the leasing office. If you keep going, it's very similar. We just have these canopies. The blade sign, but those are not lit. So here's one of the retail canopies. So we wouldn't be exceeding 2/3 of the height of the canopy. It would just be lettering. And the only thing that we're trying to do at this point is create a tenant criteria that we can give to each tenant as an addendum to their lease, so that we can go ahead and kind of restrict them initially and tell them what they're allowed to have based on what you guys feel comfortable with. So that will hopefully make your lives easier. So we don't actually have any tenants that are proposing a specific sign. We're just trying to write a tenant criteria for the client so that the tenants understand what signage they're allowed to have. So, and then the same thing with these, we could do dimmable LEDs if we light them internally. That can be dimmed to a level that you're comfortable with, or we can do goosenecks.
How many,
one on each canopy, we have to go back. But I think that there are 3 courtyards. So 3 of these large ones facing out. then the others are within the courtyard, facing inward.
14, 15 total.
Why the blade and not just simple black on the wall?
Why the blade? Just for pedestrian traffic as they're walking down. See, but that was really the designs came from a branding company. We inherited the designs and we are fabricating and installing. So we didn't have much of a say in that design, but I think that it's just a standard blade. But we could switch it to be a black. That's what we have. We have them for the leasing office, and then one is available for each tenant at this point within the tenant criteria. So we have all of the tenant signage included in that criteria. It goes all the way into the back of house signage, but they're allowed to have. The only thing that would be lit would be these.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
No public comment on this one, obviously. City staff comments or recommendations.
Okay, let's go. Staff is reviewing this signage under the general sign policy statement. The policy statement discourages the use of illuminated signage. Certain locations of the historic corridor district, such as this one, are evolving quickly with new or significantly altered construction. Staff believes that in this location of the district, restrained illumination of signage may be acceptable, considering the particular building characteristics and context. It is understood at this time that all lighting is to be external. If internal lighting is proposed, the specific signage will need to be resubmitted and reevaluated. Lighting should be subtle and restrained to avoid hot spots and jarring conditions. Specific checks should be in place to avoid an unintentional approval of inappropriate signage. All illuminated signage should be approved by the city architect. All external lighting is to be white only and adjustable in order to establish an appropriate level of illumination, which once defined shall not be changed unless authorized by this board. Amendments to the general sign policy are recommended and presented at the end of this agenda. Recommendation is approval of subtle and restrained exterior illumination of the described signage.
Response from the applicant. I've seen some iteration of that before. Board discussion and vote. I'll start off on this one since I normally have to take last. The applicant has presented a complete, comprehensive, unified sign package, which I think is tasteful and restrained. I think it's fine to light it from internally with the specs that have been provided here. I think putting goosenecks on things may make it even more fussy and not in keeping with the kind of sleek style of the sign package that's there. And I'm always glad to hear what my fellow board members are, but this feels like such a BAR small issue that I don't want us to get into weeds. I would say that we had an applicant earlier tonight who had done it kind of piecemeal and was making it clear that they were going to be beholden to the tenant's sign packages as opposed to what you've commendably done here, which is try to provide this unified, coherent language. Our hang up, which has nothing to do with your application, is that this is kind of uncharted waters for us with these sign packages. But we, as the staff has indicated, we recognize why there might be some merit in approving more comprehensive packages like this. That's my take.
I agree with the internally illuminated signage for the building and for wayfinding to the garage and things such as that, including the monument sign and the blade sign for Morrison Yard. But going back to something that was alluded to in earlier conversations tonight, there's a difference between, acknowledging or marking the building and signage as a form of advertising. And I don't really think that illumination should be allowed for any of the tenant signage. I mean, Lord knows if they're open, their windows will be backlit and they'll probably have signs in the windows to begin with. So that's how I would probably split this one.
I would agree with that.
Go back to the blade sign. feel educated a little bit without, I get. Okay, I get that. Right. No light lights. See it from the bridge, you can see it from way away. Monument sign. Have a monument sign that has, I think I'm remembering this right, that has the name of the building. In addition to that, we're doing the blade sign, and I don't think we should have the blade sign. And that's that. On the monuments. Okay, so it identifies the building, but maybe, and this is what I'm gonna. Do with Jay. There may be TV screens inside of every one of these storefronts. So I'm for the monument sign, and if we look. I don't support the blades.
Over the garage probably needs to be-
Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like that's safety.
Well,
I would include that.
There's no place.
That's
Right,
I
there-
didn't
there-
even see that.
Right.
Looking at what the size of those are is important, but sure, identifying that, that's like entry and exit. When I
So, correct me if I'm wrong, or I'm misspeaking, but it seems as though there is consensus on the internally lit monumental sign. There is consensus on the safety signs, garage signs, way markings. There seems to be consensus that we don't want commercial advertising for a tenant integrated in any form. A fair statement.
Well, no illuminated.
No, yeah, no,
Tenant
illuminated, yeah, no illuminated tenant signage.
Yeah, I go back and forth on that because look at Charleston Place. They have signage along the facade of the building that's not just flat, they have it on the awnings.
One of the reasons that we're relooking at the policy sign
Yeah.
tonight, because you're right, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But that's one of the reasons that I think that's sign review tonight.
There's quite a lot of signage on King Street in particular that predates any of our signage policies.
Right.
So. Yeah, so it looks like we have consensus around approval of internally illuminated monument and garage signage. No illuminated tenant signage. And a mixed review on the existence of a blade sign.
Okay.
Well, that makes it real easy.
I don't think the other blade sign examples in the city.
Yes, unfortunately.
One hanging off the side of
West Edge.
99 West Edge, aka the Hero line.
Right.
Which is right outside of a tenant window, and I can't imagine what that's like.
Blackout curtains.
It has flat internally illuminated signage on the front facade.
The new Hinge Hotel doesn't have any lighting, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it happens, and the thing is, like, everything is on a case-by-case basis. So looking at this one just as one case, which we must do until we later take up potential revisions to the general sign policy statement, I would introduce a motion for approval of the internally illuminated monument sign and garage signs. Denial of the blade signs and a requirement that no tenant signage should be illuminated.
Your motion, Mr. White, as I understand it, is approval of an internally lit monumental sign as well as the garage signs. Denial of the blade sign and no illuminated
tenant signage.
That's correct.
Seriously. Okay. Run down the roll. Mr. Brown.
Yea in favor.
Matters. You're fine. Ms. Sojak. Mr. White.
Yea in favor.
And myself, yea in favor. Thank you for the applicant. Item number 12 has been withdrawn. Agenda item number 13, 269 King Street.
All right, another sign requesting appeal of a staff decision. This building is not rated. You may remember it from a recent storefront proposal. The building was constructed prior to 1888 with 1930s facade work and 1999 storefront work. It's in the old and historic district. And Ashley Fannin will present this one from Advanced Sign Group.
Just neither of the people in the room.
Nope.
All righty then.
Moving on.
If they're not
Okay.
here, let's pull it.
Yep.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
Not prejudice to them, but I'm not spending time on it. They're not spending time.
100% agree. All right, we're moving on to agenda item 14, which is 93 Society Street, requesting appeal of a staff decision related to signage. This building is not rated. It's in the Ansonboro neighborhood, Old and Historic District. This one, I have the Bourne Group as the applicant. Are they there? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zach Norris with the Bourne Group. We have submitted an application for exterior identification signage for the R1 Hotel at 93 Society Street. Within the package, we have a restaurant ID, the hotel ID, and basic address and information. The only illuminated sign we're proposing is what we're looking at currently, the blade sign, which will be perpendicular on Society Street between both keys. We do feel that illumination in this location is integral for wayfinding purposes. Guests staying in the hotel, walking down King Street or Meeting Street will need clear sight lines to notice where the hotel is. Because of the hotel's position on Society Street, the actual canopy ID is only visible on Society. Standing in front of it. What we're proposing here is a basic aluminum sign cabinet. It would be powder coated in a black finish. And then we're just doing a push through acrylic. So what you're seeing in the outlines in white of the harmony, those would be the only elements that would be illuminated in the sign panel. We would also include a dimmer module and work with the city on finding an appropriate temperature and luminosity of the sign. Basically just kind of want an elevated illumination for that position and its proximity to the larger Dumas marquee corner of Society.
Thank you. No public comment, city staff comments and recommendations.
All right. Staff is.
Lawrence is telling us to take calls.
Does everybody know where this is?
Mm-hmm. We approved this
Okay.
a couple months ago. Yeah. Okay. Great. Go ahead, Tori.
Okay. Number one, staff is reviewing the signage under the King Street signage policy statement, which addresses signage in the King Street area. This policy statement generally prohibits the use of illuminated signage, but indicates that they may be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. Historically, the King Street area was filled with chaotic and random signage, evolving into some neon signage over time. Certain locations of King Street, such as this one, have been evolving with new or significantly altered construction. Staff believes that in this location of the city, restrained illumination of signage is acceptable, considering the particular building characteristics and context, and should be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. The blade sign is internally lighted, which is prohibited by the policy statement. While staff thinks that this modest internally illuminated sign is appropriate at this location, the type of lighting needs to be better clarified. Lighting should be subtle and restrained to avoid hot spots and jarring conditions. The sign may incorporate color which is muted and harmonious with the building and context. Specific checks should be in place to avoid an unintentional approval of inappropriate signage. All illuminated signage should be approved by the city architect. An amendment to the King Street sign policy is not needed as this is being reviewed on a case-by-case basis. And the board has already agreed to allow the evaluation on the mock-up of a softly glowing internally lighted curved fluted glass band on which signage is to be placed over the primary entry into the project. We're recommending approval of subtle and restrained interior illumination of the blade sign, which may include color harmonious with the building and context.
Any response from the applicant? Board discussion.
So when I first got on the BAR, like it was every meeting, there were 2 or 3 signs on King Street around this area. So until we had effective signage policy statements, it was really dragging us down. And I remember this, I remember that the entry canopy of this has an illuminated element to it that is intended to draw your eye from King Street. So in my view, it seems like this particular sign, this proposed now, is a duplication of that effort. Might even architecturally conflict with it, but I would rather that this sign not be, if it's even necessary to have it at all.
Further board comment.
I'm unclear whether or not it conflicts with the architectural. It's difficult for me to tell from just looking at the drawing. I think I'm against. That's against blade signs.
Duly noted for the record. You have a standing objection.
Actually, the proportion is not. Eliminate, do not eliminate.
Further board comment.
Based on what I'm able to review, it looks like the awning sign, the structure is illuminated, but the signage is not illuminated. Is that accurate? That's correct. Okay, so the only, and then there's an address facade sign that's fronting on Society, which I would just imagine is using the and then the facade sign for the restaurant is also not illuminated. This is actually the only one with a backlit illumination. I actually like the sign. I think it's a unique part of town that can add a little bit of, if we want to be honest, I think south of Calhoun, King Street needs a little bit more activity. If we're able to provide that in the ambiance of lighting, then and draw people back into South King, I don't want to say South King, King between Market and Calhoun, then I think this is a great way to do it. You've got the Riviera across the street, or Caddy Corner down across the street. I think it complement it nicely, even though it's off the side street. But I would like to see this.
So regarding the illuminated awning sign, the actual lettering for the Harlan Hotel has about a 6-foot span of the letters that only, smaller, 4 to 6 inch height. I think if you were looking from King Street down Society, because of where it's placed, centered on the actual canopy, you're not going to see any branding for the actual hotel. So I think in that case, it's not necessarily going to be repetitive or duplicated, because really you're only going to see that branding element if you're standing across the street on Society.
I was trying to think of the Renaissance Hotel, and I think they only have a monument sign just out front, but they also have the spacing to do it. When you have a hotel or a restaurant or a shop or something that doesn't have that opportunity, a blade sign is almost the only thing that is appropriate.
Yeah, I just think it's very uncharacteristic for the. Whereas as a rectangular, the one. Relationship to the canopy.
So
if
Tori,
it's needed.
Tori and Lawrence, I should have brushed up on the King Street signage policy statement, but if this sign wasn't proposed to be internally illuminated, it would remain at staff level, right? Is the only question here, it's internal illumination?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I hate to expose you to double jeopardy, because just because you come to see if you get it illuminated, and then we tell you can't have it at all, even though our policy statements would otherwise allow it. So I'll just introduce a motion for denial of illumination of blade sign.
Approval of the sign.
Yeah, just,
Deletion of internal.
yeah, they're asking specifically whether it can be illuminated, and we're saying no.
Okay.
What do you see?
Well, so if they weren't asking to illuminate the sign internally, then it would never come before us. It would be reviewed.
I understand, but the blade side, you see, I mean, how the distance, but
Yeah.
that's the whole
Yeah.
whole reason, right? So why is it even needed?
Well,
I know elimination, yeah, I understand that, just.
I think to your very good point,
presumably based on staff comments, staff would have approved this sign absent the illumination.
Yeah, because they're following the direction that the board had given them when we wrote the policy statement. I hate to make it worse for the applicant just because you dared sit here all night.
Mr. White pulled us out of a ditch again. So there's been a motion by Mr. White to
not approve the illumination, denial of the illumination.
second for Mr. Matters. Mr. Brown? How do you vote on this motion?
A in favor.
The subject.
Yeah, in favor.
Myself, yeah, in favor.
Great to stay this whole time.
Oh, no.
Been on the design side of signage for.
May I ask who seconded that one?
That was seconded by James Matters.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You may not want to repeat it, but come back anytime.
It's also amazing all the development that's going on. You guys have like.
Okay, I know you're excited. We only have one more, unfortunately. Okay. Everybody's ready. This one is item number 15, BR General Sign Policy Statement Amendments. What you have on the screen right now is showing proposed amendments and changes. And Lawrence, do you want to kick this one off or what?
Yeah, I'll dive right in.
All right.
Everybody should have these on their desk they were on the left front as you sat down. And these are as similar to last month's. It's my bigger attempt at trying to stave off this onslaught of signage. And the things that I've got today out front, apologetically to Mr. Metters, who has registered an objection to blade signs. Blade signs are part of the policy that's in place right now. So, as Mr. White pointed out, unless we address that in some fashion, we're stuck with it.
They just need to be, I mean, designed properly.
Oh, right, well.
Properly denied.
They should better match the aesthetics of the building. and its context.
Lawrence, can I ask you, is illumination part of it also, or not? I knew that there are blade signs that have been installed that are not illuminated, so they're effective during the day. My issue is that at nighttime, when the buildings aren't, blade signs are illuminated, then it's advertising. That's really my point. So I'm just wondering, as part of our current policy, it can be illuminated? Didn't know, I failed to realize that.
It's generally discouraged.
I mean, this is it, right?
I mean, that's a good point. There is sometimes a fine line between advertising and wayfinding.
Sure.
So it's hard to parse. Points taken. Basically, what you've got here is our existing general BAR sign policies. And highlighted in yellow are the amendments that we would make to address these issues that we're having now. And they involve both externally and internally potentially lit signs. And there's different ways to handle both, but the end result should be that they are first and foremost harmonious with the building and its site contacts, that they're not glaring, that they're not jarring, that they're not lurid, that they're not, that they should be subtle and restrained, unless the applicant chooses to say, we want something extraordinary, we want something different. And in which case we'll say, well, then you need to take it to the board.
And how we will base our decision on what?
In a nutshell, I assume everyone's had the opportunity of comments. Are there any questions here?
I think generally this is good. The only thing I'm blanking on the term. What do we call the BAR jurisdictional district in the Upper Peninsula? Not the Old City District, not the Old and Historic District, but is it?
It's
Old City?
It's the material demolition.
Well, so it's the old jurisdiction that belonged to DRB long ago.
CC. Oh, yeah, y'all are talking about the same thing. It's the Historic Materials Demolition District. And some people are afraid to call it a district.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Upper Meeting Street, Upper King Street, like far Upper King, Morrison Drive.
Historic corridor.
Oh, you mean north of Mount Pleasant or south of Mount Pleasant?
No, south of Mount Pleasant and basically north of.
Yeah, historic corridor district. Historic corridor. 997 Morrison.
There you go. So I think, so it says, y'all make a reference in here to newer and evolving areas of the city. All areas of the city are potentially could be construed as evolving. None of them can be construed as new, but you could say historic corridor district.
That's why on this, and we're only adding at this point,
Okay.
We're only adding and
historic.
historic corridor district.
I'm wondering if we just hold the line on this illumination question and only entertain it in the historic corridor district.
It's basically addressed everywhere else, but language on a case-by-case basis, except at the Spring and Cannon Street Western corridor, at which case it's wide open.
Yeah.
It basically says, you guys just do whatever you want.
So, Mr. Chairman, we made some modifications, so could I just start?
Sure.
Just looked at one picture on your computer, and we talked about this a few weeks ago. You know, I used to love, and this has nothing to do with my comments, but I used to love to go down and look at talents and think about all those really lively. It's been a lot of energy, so I thought it was just really great. But I was just having fun with that. So going down to number one, standard corporate sign package that makes no reference to their context, surroundings, and backgrounds will not be allowed. You just take that word out generally. Not be allowed. Because if it's no reference to their context, surrounding, or background, they will not be allowed. I'm just gonna run this by and then we can make modifications to it. The sign should respect the size, scale, and design of the building. That's easy. Signs should be reviewed as part of an overall graphic system for a building. Multiple tenants occupy one building. Their single sign should recognize the name only of the building, which is like Ludo was talking about. So it's your name in the building. That changes. The tenants occupy one building. If multiple tenants occupy one building, their single sign should recognize the building name only, or whatever they choose to do, but Marson Yard, for instance. And on number three, it said instead of signs should, if the only sign contains the business name, it should not be illuminated. Cross that other stuff out. And then repetitive signs or extraneous information will not be allowed. And in number four, the first sentence is great. And then when you get to lighted signs are not appropriate for the historic districts, but may be reviewed in newer and evolving areas of the city where the submittal demonstrates the signage to be harmonious with the building and identifies the building. So you're back to monument sign again. Kind of made it.
A few things to your recommendations is I get concerned that we are pigeonholing ourselves into making things so standardized that we won't have the opportunity to have some variability in what is presented. And you know, in a city that does have these different architectural styles and different feelings, the ambiance, you know, King Street versus Meeting Street versus going up into Mount Pleasant Street, because that's certainly growing and evolving. So I agree with most everything that you shared, but I wonder if we need to leave the door open a little bit.
I'm good. I get that. There's always going to be a case where it's right. I'm with you. I didn't mean.
And that way it gets to go to the board anyway, right? So
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
You know, but this gives the staff
a
lot of control. And then there's some mechanism that can be triggered somehow so that somebody could get here. But it's not going to be normal application. I don't know how to draft that.
And do we need to finesse this tonight? Or are we offering our suggestions to city staff and then they bring it back to us?
So Lawrence and Tori were kind enough to put this together for us, and Lawrence actually had it on the agenda at the last meeting. I asked him to get this run by the folks at Corporation Counsel's office, which they did. Julie Copeland looked over, saw no red flags. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have a commercial speech problem under the First Amendment. Generally, you can restrain commercial speech as long as it's pure commercial speech. I just wanted her to verify that this ordinance didn't do anything that would create lawsuits. It did not, according to Julia. And so this is the wordsmith version that Lawrence came back with as I committed. We got two things. As I said last time, we don't have to vote on this month, especially with James' edits, which we can incorporate. We do want to keep putting it on the agenda at every single meeting if we're not going to vote on it tonight, because we won't continue to get these sign appeals. And I think as everybody can see from tonight, that's we need to avoid brain damage. James, I'm looking out for you. It's after 8 o'clock and I'm trying to spare your mental resources.
Would it be helpful? I know that mine were just suggestions, but would it be helpful if I sent those? Send them out to everybody?
It would not hurt our feelings a bit if we deferred this thing until next month or the month after. I'd rather get it right than do it quickly and do it wrong.
Well, you've done everything right, and you've done everything we asked. We didn't really wordsmith it last time though, because we were worried about this threshold issue of, what district does it apply in? Do we have a commercial speech restriction problem? We didn't. So what I would say, James, is exactly what you said. If you want to, knowing that it's subject to FOIA, if you want to prepare your draft remarks and we wordsmith it again, knowing it's all subject to FOIA, I think that's completely appropriate. But I will back Lawrence up on this, and to save ourselves a headache, plan to have it on the agenda next meeting with it. Or haven't had some discussion about it. Is that okay, Lawrence?
Maybe it's worthwhile getting out all, I think there's 5, all 5 of these sign policies and looking at them all and just reevaluating.
Making sure that they're consistent and there are no gaps, because we keep coming back to the no gaps thing.
So then do we need to motion to table this to the next?
Yeah, I think we just motioned to defer it like we would anything else.
That's logical.
So could I, just for information, at some point in time, I heard you make a comment earlier, Jay, at some point in time, these signs were on the plans that were being submitted, started to bog down the application process.
Yeah, especially on King Street, we were looking at everything. And we eventually wrote corridor-specific policies to address the different characters of the various corridors. And I would, unless y'all are finding flaws in the corridor-specific policies, I wouldn't open those back up. I think it seems like really the issue at hand is pretty specific to just the general statement. And how it accommodates applicants' desires to eliminate signage. So, and the way that this has been written is satisfactory to me. I think if we defer it tonight, probably the best thing to do is put it first on the agenda. I would agree with it. And if we want to submit edits for staff review, in between now and we'll have one meeting in June.
And then, Mr. Chairman, this could be an item that doesn't count on our agenda count.
Yeah, that's right. But if it's first, then if we do have any appeals, then if we if we revise a policy statement and somebody's in for an appeal asking for illumination and we give them an avenue to get it through you, they can just pull the application and go back to you. So it seems like if they're clever enough. I mean, I'm fine with it the way it is, considering what y'all go through to frame these and run them past legal counsel and all that.
Concern here really is that we don't have manpower to review, much less enforce what's happening out there with sign. So unless we act on this with relative.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Right.
Okay, that's the reason that I changed to be more. It's happening and we don't even reference something that says will or can't. More control.
Moving signs that we've been not conform.
That's right. I think that's a good point. So Lawrence, we're gonna, if you've got a motion to defer from somebody,
I'll make that
in a
motion.
second. Anyone opposed? So Lawrence, I'm not gonna use to get this on the next agenda. One last thing before we leave for the good of the
My
order.
hometown,
I think everybody heard my remarks about this earlier, but I thought it was important to go over
it's a lot of that.
because of all these sign issues and Lawrence's need. And so I appreciate everybody's patience. Yeah, for Mayor. As I told you, I can't promise that this is a one-off, but I will do my best to make sure we don't go back to the bad old days. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So far, all my meetings have been past 9 o'clock, so.
And we're adjourned at 9:03.
Okay, who seconded that last motion? Do you mind?
I thought it was,
Or was it James?
James.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thanks all for
Tori,
your
I
patience.
signed your minutes and I have given the refusal forms executed to Lauren.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you, Tori.
See you. Good night.
Always. All right, Luda.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night. See you soon.
Yeah,
Yep.
good to
Have a
see
good
you
day.
all.
That's your blade side, okay? That's my hometown.
Is it? I like it.
I will show you a lot of that in my hometown, but that's,
Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Yes, sir.
so that's what I'm saying, is it needs to be designed properly.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Story of